Good morning, everybody. I'll call this meeting to order. This meeting of the Special General Government Committee is being held in a hybrid meeting format with virtual and in-person participation by members of the public, staff, and council. This meeting is also being live streamed and may be viewed online at ajax.ca/live. A friendly reminder to all participants to please use their microphone at all times for the benefit of those participating in council chambers and joining remotely. To those making submissions as part of a public meeting, please ensure you sign in using the sheet available at the accessible lectern to preserve rights available to you under the Planning Act or other applicable legislation. I'll now call this meeting to order. I'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas, more specifically, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, signatories of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous peoples. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action in acknowledging the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation and as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community. Does any member of council have any disclosure of pecuniary interest? I do have one. Actually, that is on the operating. Do I declare that here or just on the operating budget? Here as well. I will not be voting on the section that pertains to the aquatic program funding, as I have a family member that works for the town of Ajax. That's the same disclosure I've made for the last 8 or so years. I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? I don't get nervous. I'm pleased to bring forward the 2024 budget today. This is the town's first mayor's budget under the new legislation introduced by the province, and I and many of my big city mayor colleagues have been given the responsibility of setting the financial course for our respective communities. This is a change to the process that we knew, but as with the crafting of all previous budgets that I've been a part of, town staff, and particularly our finance team, have all played an integral part. And thank you so much to the finance team led by Director Valentin. You've been great. Staff were delegated the role of preparing the budget based on our corporate priorities and any areas where I saw opportunity for discussion. I went directly to the department heads. I did not take any of the changes to this budget lightly at all. I'd like to thank our entire Town of Ajax team for their time and dedication over the past several months. Municipalities are facing incredible fiscal pressure, whether due to inflationary impacts on projects, legislative changes, or funding constraints. But I recognize that our residents are facing many of these same challenges. That's why I work with staff to bring forward a budget that maintains financial stability. This is a plan that is fair for the taxpayer while protecting service levels, maintaining our existing assets, investing in much-needed infrastructure, and also keeping the town in a strong financial position. Today's agenda includes two presentations, the 2024 capital budget and the 2024 operating budget. The $38.3 million capital budget includes one-time projects. This capital investment program is critical as we need to maintain and upgrade our aging infrastructure and keep up with the pace of growth. To this end, we're investing $21 million in our road network. Projects including the widening of Roslyn Road between Salem and Lake Ridge, and reconstruction on Doughty Road, which will help us to start unlocking potential in our downtown. We're investing another $3.3 million in town buildings, including roof replacements for both McLean Community Center and Rotary Park Pavilion, and repairs to the Audley Recreation Center. $4.5 million will be invested in our parks, including retrofits at Lord Elgin Park and Exeter Park, new playground equipment for Hermitage Park, and our long-awaited fairground, which will create a beautiful space south of the Audley Rec Center for our community to come together and celebrate festivals, performances, and special occasions. Of the approximately $3 million collected through the stormwater management fee in 2023, This budget will immediately reinvest $1.2 million in the stormwater network for rehabilitation and maintenance in 2024. And recognizing that we need to care for our existing assets, about 59% of the capital budget is invested in rehabilitation and maintenance work. It's vital that we care for the infrastructure we have while keeping pace with new infrastructure demands for our growing community. The $133 million operating budget lays out our promise of program and service delivery for the year ahead. It navigates the changing needs of our growing community, like increased security costs, in addition to the many operating impacts and pressures we face, like salaries, inflation, and reduced revenues. For example, inflation has a tax bill increase of 1.8% right off the top. That was our starting point. We're investing in our staff team with 22 new positions, including 2 new supervisory roles in planning, the Supervisor of Building Inspections and Enforcement, and the Supervisor of Permit Review and Compliance. A new Diversity and Inclusion Officer to support HVAC's role as a leader among inclusive communities, and a new Senior Buyer to help advance our capital projects. In addition to those new positions, this budget will also see the hiring of 12 additional firefighters, further helping to keep our community safe. The impact of these investments on the town's portion of the tax bill will be 2.49%. Durham Region continues to work on their budget and will have a better understanding of the total impact to taxpayers once that document passes at Regional Council. Municipalities are being tasked with taking on new and increasing responsibilities and expenditures. And unprecedented housing and population growth will require real investment in municipal infrastructure. We're also facing the day-to-day responsibilities associated with complex health and social challenges, like homelessness, addiction, and supporting asylum seekers. It's not sustainable, and municipalities need the provincial and federal governments to come to the table and bring stability and sustainability to municipal finances. I'll close by once again thanking the town's finance staff and our entire senior management team for your support, guidance, and expertise throughout this process. It's been an incredible learning opportunity, very proud of what we've accomplished together. And members of the public will be able to ask questions after each budget is presented. I look forward to the rest of today's conversation. Thank you. We'll open up the capital budget portion with a presentation from Diane Velatum, Director of Finance and our Treasurer. Diane, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Good morning, Mayor Collier, members of council, staff, and members of the public. I'm here to present to you the capital budget presentation. Just make sure this works here. Thank you. Awesome. Still not working. Okay. Go ahead, Michael. So the capital budget consists of one-time projects, mainly infrastructure, which include roads, trails, bridges, parks, and buildings. It also includes studies in information technology. Things that are used in considering the capital budget include the inflation, legislative requirements, various studies and master plans, including the council strategic plan, our asset management plan, recreation parks and master plan, fire master plan. It also, things like supply and staffing constraints, the list is presented on the screen here. But there are various things that are utilized in determining how the budget moves forward. The capital budget is funded mainly from our capital reserves, and the assumptions that are built into this capital budget, the funding comes from general levy allocations, money the town receives from a lexicon, dividends, and income, the Canada Community Benefit Fund, which was previously known as our federal gas tax funding, money we receive from Casino Ajax, money received through growth from our development charges revenues, grants, and our stormwater management fee. This is a graphical representation of the funding that has been allocated to our capital reserves. As noticed on the bottom, so about $7.7 million is allocated from our general levy into capital reserves for the 2024 budget. We've allocated about $4.7 million from the casino, $2.2 million from a lexicon. We have a one-time allocation from various surpluses of almost $6.5 million, and our new capital levy of $1.75 million. The town uses a financial sustainability plan that was incorporated several years ago. We redefined the spending caps on how we allocate the funding for the capital budget. We've allocated 90% of the funding that was just on the previous slide of the money going into the reserves. The 90% spending cap is defined on the 6 reserves that are listed on the screen above. Also included in the capital budget are comprehensive capital project maps, and they are interactive online. They are 3 different maps which are done by ward. They include facilities, parks and recreation, traffic signals and bridges, roads and multi-use paths, bike lanes and streetlights, and stormwater management. As the mayor had mentioned, the capital budget consists of $38.3 million of projects. These projects are funded by various, not only the general levy, but also grant opportunities, development charges and such. So you can just run through this. Michael, the mayor, has already spoken to the pockets of roads and where our investments lie. It's a graphical representation. And again, this is just a chart which shows that in this budget, about over half of the budget allocated is being directed towards our roads network, and then almost 16% to vehicles and equipment. And again, another representation of how the funding is allocated. We are using about 59%, which is directly related to the rehabilitation, maintenance, and replacement of our existing assets. $14.5 million is allocated to new things, new infrastructure to the town. Again, a graphical representation of how the projects in this capital budget are being funded. So about $21 million is coming from our capital reserves. $13 million is allocated from development charges. $2.5 million from our grant from the Canada Community Building Fund, $240,000 from another growth-related reserve fund, our community benefits charge, and then we have others in recoveries which include grants and our parkland reserve fund. This just explains a little bit of how the town has to utilize the Canada Community Building Fund. There is a funding agreement that the town holds with the federal government on how the money is to be utilized. We do have to report every year on how that money was utilized. There are eligibility criteria, and the money must be used within 5 years of receipt. So within this budget, we've identified $2.5 million being utilized from this funding source, with $1.6 million allocated for roads. And Mr. Mayor, that is my presentation.
Thank you very much. Any questions on the presentation by Treasurer Valentin? Once we get to the so questions on the presentation itself, and we'll have questions on the budget after. No, no questions. Great job. Thanks, Dan. This brings us to public comments and questions. Does any member of the public wish to come forward and speak on the capital budget this time? The capital. Mr. Glass, please come forward.
Mr. Mayor, we will do online participants first.
Oh, my mistake.
Oh, opposite? Okay, sorry. In person first, followed by online. Sorry.
Mr. Glass, please go ahead.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Oh, I thought he said.
Yeah, it was a mistake.
Thank you for your time. Can I, Mr. McClellan, can I submit some documents to the mayor, the council, yourself, and maybe the budget manager? If anybody from the public would like a copy, I have some on my chair there. Thank you. Yes, there's 9 copies there. I can go ahead?
Please, whenever you're ready,
Great.
you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the time, and I appreciate, as I said before in June when I was here, about property taxes as well. I had 2 key points. I was concerned about the increase last year, but more so, I was concerned looking at the anticipated plans for going forward. And this year's budget is really putting it even on steroids, so I'm very concerned about that. So the first thing I want to touch on here is that I'm going to speak to 3 specific examples in a minute where there's opportunities to actually cut the budget significantly. But what I want to highlight first and foremost on the appendix page, between 2019 and 2023, the average capital budget per year was $27.9 million. That's now from 2024, based on your budget that you've submitted this year for the next 5 years, the average is $56.4 million, or a 105% increase. That is just unconscionable. You can't explain that with inflation and COVID and budgetary pressures and municipal. Those things are all pressing, no doubt, but you cannot throw everything into this, and I'll deal with operating when we get to that in a minute or later. So what I'm proposing at the very top, the objective is that to decrease the 10-year capital budget from 2024 to 2033 from a proposed $591 million to $378.7 million in spending. And you might go, oh, that's just unconscionable. Well, how do I get it? You can see on the first chart there on row B, last year's capital budget, the one we are just coming out of, was $28.7 million. I call on you, like every other resident or every other business, to put in reasonable measures like a 5% increase per year. And what you'll see is in 2024, it'll go to $30.1 million, $31.5 million in 2025, and so on and so forth. That there would save the capital budget over a 10-year period of $212 million. And it's reasonable, a 36% decrease. So let me get to some of my specific examples. Oh, Doug, you can say all that stuff, but you're not giving us anything practical to actually do about it. The budget manager just spoke about roads being the largest portion of our budget. Let me tell you about some of the forecasting for the Hunt Street project, expansion to Westney Road. Great to have. Yes, it'll be nice for the 60, floor building across the street on Westney to come. But guess what? We can't fund that. And here's an example. The forecasting has been lousy. In 2022, you guys forecasted $19 million. That was 10 years out. In 2023, it rose to $29 million. And now, in this budget, it's rising to $35 million, but guess what that is? 35, the roads budget is $340 million. Cut that one indefinitely, permanently. You've just cut 10% from the roads budget. Okay? That's one example. I looked at 700 projects roughly over the next 10 years. There's these little individual sheets and so on, and they're all great, and all of them just list expenditures. None of them list any actual savings. You guys haven't, like, if you're gonna do a project, there's 30 technology projects. What is technology put in place for? I've been in business. I've run technology projects worth millions of dollars. I've run a division that's like $30 million annual budget, okay? You put in technology projects, you have to deliver savings, and there's no reported savings there to offset some of those things, these costs. Why? You guys are accountable to us, and I demand that that start to be included on every single budget sheet, and then every year thereafter, that you guys actually make that a line item where someone comes and reports on all of these individual projects and says, the delivered savings for that one was supposed to be $150,000, did we get it? We have to start offsetting things. It's not expenditure, expenditure, expenditure. We cannot afford to have budgets go up, 105% over the last 5 years, over the next 5 years versus the previous 5. It's just unsustainable. Regardless of thing, I count the third example, 80 new vehicles. 80 new vehicles. I understand wear and tear and all of those kinds of things. 25 pickup trucks, 15 sedan cars, and so on and so forth. I call on these things to be scaled back. Here are just 3. I only have 5 minutes, so I took the time. You have to go back. You can't pass this budget today. You have to go back and find something reasonable like I proposed above, a 5% increase. Because your spending proposals puts Ajax families at risk. You want more homelessness, you're gonna get it. Trust me, you're gonna deliver that, all right?
Mr. Glass, you were at 6 minutes and 28 seconds.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So you'll have to wrap up, please.
Sorry?
I said you're at 6:28, 6:34, so you'll have to wrap up, please.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can I just finish those 2 points?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So updating capital budget to the 5% is responsible and keeps pace with what families are dealing. Council and division leaders, you guys all need to go back, like the 3 examples I've set out, and find them. They're there, all right? Everything isn't a nice to have and wants. We have to focus on needs, as I said before, and the mayor said that earlier in a budget this year. He's canceled a couple of ideas, which I applaud him for. So I ask you to reject the current proposed budget and strongly consider what I'm recommending, a 5% average annual increase for the next 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We may have some questions for you. I'm just going to start by addressing some of your comments before I open it up to council, because it's apparent to me that some of your concerns are, with respect to misunderstanding of the process. So I'll just try and clarify. First, the capital budget isn't what the 2.49 represents. The capital budget is funded from several different streams. So the capital budget in itself does not have a bearing on whatever tax increase we have this year. Just to start with that. No, I'm gonna speak first. You've had your 5 minutes or your 7 minutes, but I'll try and answer your questions, and we'll get some other questions after. You noted some very good points about the increases. And just one thing, capital projects are one-time projects. They happen in the year, and they're different every year. So it's impossible for every year to be the same. So to say we were 27 one year, but we're 58 this year, or whatever the numbers were, probably, but that's because there's different projects this year than the other year. We don't need all the roofs in the town building replaced all at once. We don't need all of our 300-400 vehicles replaced all at once. We don't need all of our roads redone at once. We have pavement management systems, road management systems, sidewalk management systems, vehicle or building inspections. These all have useful lives, fire trucks, 15 years, all these different things. So they come up at different times. So that the number you can't forecast on a 2.5% increase, for instance, on a capital budget. It's impossible.
0A, I've put that in there.
Just a minute. I want to talk about a couple of the other items, things like land values. Land 3-4 years ago was $500,000 an acre. Now it's $2 to $3 million an acre. If you notice, our forecasted amounts for roads, for instance, a road that used to be forecast for $100 million, for $1 million, is now coming in at $2 million. Just because the cost, that's how much they've increased. That is the fact of life. That's beyond our control. However, that means we don't build the road. That it just makes it more difficult for us. So a lot of what you're talking about, I agree with. Yes, the numbers have gone up. However, they've gone up because of reasons outside of our control, but we still have to provide those services. I want to talk about your 3 items, specific examples how to achieve, and I want to start with Hunt Street because it's the biggest. Hunt Street is not a $35 million project. Hunt Street is a $100 million project. We are looking to co-pay with the federal and provincial government. We're hoping they come to the table with monies to help us get this project done. This is an allocation in our budget in future years, not this year, for Hunt Street, a bookmark to put that money aside should we get the federal provincial funding to make that go ahead. If that goes ahead, it will unlock the entire redevelopment of our downtown core, which is sat stagnant forever because we don't have sewer capacity to allow new units in our downtown core. I have approximately, I think the last number was about, and Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, 6,300 residential applications, and I think it was 1.2 million commercial applications in that area over the last few years that we can't proceed with because we don't have sewer capacity. That's why we need Hunt Street. It's not for the 2 60-story towers down at the MTSA to get here. It's to unlock that sewer capacity so we can move forward. Corporate security, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on corporate security. We all see what's happening around the world. We need to invest money in those areas so we don't become under cyber attack and get shut down and ransomwared and malwared and all the rest. And the vehicles, I think I explained, they don't all come due at the same time, but we've expanded our senior snow removal program this year. I think that is 5 new vehicles to provide that service, as well as a number of ones are done just through attrition. Just roll over. Every year you're going to see about the same amount because that's how many vehicles need to be replaced. I have some changes coming at the end of the month, I believe. Might be end of January, might be February, to the way we do vehicles and fund vehicles with regards to debentures, which is financing them versus buying them outright, but that's a separate thing from this. So I hope I've addressed those comments. It's not a debate, so I'm going to open it up to the council right now.
I can't respond to some of your points?
No.
Just real quickly?
No,
Why not?
that's not the way we work.
Okay.
That's not what we work. You've had your presentation.
It may not have a bearing capital budget, as you said, on taxpayers. However, you know that when you're doing this many projects and this many initiatives and so on, it's going to have an impact operationally. And
Absolutely. And
so that growth, if you're seeing this type of growth
Mr. Glass, this is not a debate.
over the next 10 years, what's going to happen in the operational budgets?
These are some of the comments I've desperately, and the Ontario Big City Mayors have been desperately trying to get through to the province, that cutting our DC funding through growth, Bill 23 will have huge impacts on us because we're no longer collecting those development charges. And a lot of these projects are DC funded. These are monies we collected through development to do these projects, right? That's what the money's for. And by cutting that, the province cutting that is going to mean we, the taxpayer, is going to have to come up with those monies for those new types of things. Okay, so anyway, we're done with that now. Does any member of council have any questions for Mr. Glass? Councillor Henry, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned a number of 5%. Were you referring to the overall budget to bring it in at 5% per year?
Increase it by 5% a year, yes.
Total budget, are you referring to the municipal budget or?
The capital budget.
The capital budget.
So last year in 2023, as I say, sorry, my eyes are, is 28.7 million. That's what capital projects and everything was. Increase that by 5%, as you see in row B. And then increase it the next year by 5%. Get into a marginal spending. And I understand what the mayor's saying. It doesn't average out like that, things and so on, right? But you
It
can
doesn't. It really doesn't.
No, I know, but I think you need to basically show, because what you're seeing here in 2024 is 38.4. That's what's been presented up here today. But then in 2025, it goes to 55, 56 million, 64 in 2026, 61.
I understand that,
It's exploding.
but you realize the budget, like, it's a forecasted budget. It doesn't necessarily mean we'll be at that height either, depending on what happens with projects. Correct, Mr. Mayor?
Do you think it's, let me ask you this, Nancy, sorry. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful because I've been really respectful. I'm not one of those guys who, trying to cause trouble. Do you think if I average that 56, look, I just said 65, 55, 64, 61, that's 105% more. We have to be selective. We have to start going, that's just too much. Because yes, it's not being passed all to the taxpayers, but it's going to hit us in operational budgets. You're going to need the staffing. You're already having to add all these supervisors and so on, and I'll speak to that when we get to the operating budget, right? But you can't have it all. You basically have to start saying, we can't do this, all this. This is just too much to pass along. And you don't have the capacity for one, right? You just don't have the capacity staffing-wise and all of that. Yeah, you hire road work and all of that kind of stuff, but they go over budget, they take long. This thing is, every year too, you guys remember this, you guys do a revision budget. And you're usually about 5 or 6% higher by the time of the revision. So these numbers that I'm talking about, 64 in 2026, probably are even going to be 5 or 6% higher.
That will depend on the budget at the time. And don't think that we're not taking what you're saying to heart, and don't think that, like, I mean, I just spent a week, as you can see, on the budget, and I know the mayor, I can speak that the mayor has cut. So, I'm gonna leave my question, that was my question for now. The 5% was with regards to, you're referring to the one budget. You're not talking about the budget overall coming in and what it's coming in at, correct?
No, I'm saying what we're spent last year, increase it 5% per year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mayor,
Sterling Lee?
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Glass, for
Hi.
for speaking today on your concerns. I guess my concern regarding your 5% budget is that it doesn't really account for the anticipated growth we are going to see. Like, without a doubt, we are going to see this growth. And to your point, we'll talk about operating when it comes to operating, but Hunt Street, for example, we need to build houses. We need to build lodging. That's a non-starter. The province has mandated it, the feds have mandated it, the town has said ourselves, we're doing OP over the next few years. You're gonna see that the growth targets are huge. So ultimately, a lot of this is just to anticipate for future growth. Are you ultimately suggesting we should not grow?
Well, I think we have to grow at a marginal rate. I don't think you can, what are we at, 135,000 right now?
I think 137 right now.
137, and what is it going to be by the end of this, 2033?
2033, I think I asked the director of planning, I think it's gonna be over 140.
140. 137 to 140. We're talking 3,000 new homes.
But again, this
Take
type of,
3,000 over 137, it ain't 105%.
but you're just anticipating just from now to 2033. Hunt Street, for example, that's gonna be affected by generations, right? Like you said yourself, 2 60-story towers. We didn't take that decision lightly. That's only the drop in the bucket to what we actually need. You spoke on homelessness, right? Where are all these people going to go at the end of the day without the sort of investments that we are making? A lot of people have accused the town of ultimately underinvesting in housing, and that's up for debate.
What's
but I think
more
right
important?
now, as an elected official, don't I have a responsibility to anticipate for that growth, plan for that growth, to ensure that we are ready to go? We have the roads, we have the parks. I absolutely have some budget questions myself regarding some of these items. You're not wrong, but you're not factoring in the immense growth. Like, everyone, it's a housing emergency. Everyone's said it. So how else do you set up for that emergency without the investments today and over the next few years?
Then make choices. Don't do the road expansion. Let's invest into a homeless shelter instead. But make choices, wise choices within the thing. You just talked to you about the growth. You said 140,000 in 10 years and it's 137 now. That is not huge growth, okay? We have to make choices. We seem to be signing deals with every other residential thing that's coming in, and who's paying for it? Who's gonna pay for it? Us, the
course we are.
existing people, right? And that's just, as a guy who's been here for 30 years, that just never has happened. And the last time I was here in June, I spoke to the previous council and mayor, parish, and before the 2018 election versus this one. You don't see those kinds of numbers in that previous administration, right? So
But
I don't
again,
want to.
back to my previous point that some people would ultimately say the previous administrations didn't invest in the future of housing. And again, we are seeing it now.
What's Nottingham? What's all these other areas that were built during those times? We went from like 55,000 people to 128,000 when that council left. That's huge growth. It's much significant more than what you're talking about.
Oh, I would beg to differ. I'd beg to differ again. People don't have homes right now.
Folks,
Sorry.
we're not
I'm not
having
debating.
We're not
I just
having a
get
debate.
my
This
ultimate
is
point. Thank you, Chair.
questions to the delegation.
My ultimate point is ultimately, I think this budget and capital budgets anticipates drastic growth. And if we don't make the investments now, we're just punching the problem to future generations, where then they're going to say, oh yeah, the Council of Collier and that council, they didn't invest and we're in the position we are now. It's a hard decision. I don't want you to think any of us are taking it lightly, but again, it's to prepare for the storm that we know is coming. I'll
It's
leave my
not
comments
drastic
there. Thank
growth.
you,
You
Chair.
just said it yourself.
Does any other member of council have any questions? So I'll wrap it up, and I'm not going to debate, but actually, Ms. Valentin, I saw your hand. Can you please comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to clarify some of the points that you've brought forward, Mr. Glass, with regards to the capital budget. So although we are $38.3 million in this budget, only 21 million has come from our capital reserves. We have 13 million identified from DC reserve funds and significant others from other reserve funds that we've collected from development. And we also have money that we've collected or we've received as grant funding. So it's not impacting the tax base, those particularly. And the forecast that we have identified here, we have stated that only the current year is a funded forecast, is a funded budget. We do bring forward more projects in anticipating applying for grant funding for some of these projects. They do need to be identified in the budget so that the provincial or federal government knows that they're priority for council, and that helps us in our grant applications.
I totally understand that, and I appreciate that we're making efforts, but it's coming from somewhere, okay? It might not be coming from the town's capital budget or my property taxes directly or indirectly, but it's coming from somewhere. It just doesn't materialize itself, right? And we need to all be responsible. And I call on this council to show leadership, and the Ontario government. They cut all that development stuff, which is part of this problem because you guys lost that revenue stream, so I appreciate that. And the federal government. We all have to start going, hey, we're in this together. It's not we're taking from Peter to Paul. This type of spending with that minimal growth is not sustainable. I'm telling you, I'm sorry, I've said a lot, and I thank you for your time.
I'll just wrap up with a couple of comments. And I actually think the growth is going to be more significant than 140 personally. But let's remember in 2020, I think it was, the provincial government directed us to do an asset allocation study, I think it was called, to examine all of our assets and do a complete inventory as well as a condition of all of our assets. And the condition of many of our assets was poor. And now they've directed municipalities, and again, we act at the pleasure of the province. So if they tell us to do something, we do it. Now, they funded that study, great, but now we have to put together an asset financing report on how we're going to pay to bring all of our things up. So that has also affected our capital budget because we are no longer as you suggest, able to just not do things. And if we don't do things, it just gets more expensive as we go. The roads degrade. Instead of doing a shave and pave, which is a fraction of the price, we now have to do a full rebuild, which is about, I don't know, Mr. Meredith, how many times more? Several? Don't have to answer it. It makes it significantly more expensive putting off the maintenance rather than to do it up front. I do remember when the population was 12,000. That's my earliest recollection. And houses were $27,000. Now, 1.2 million for that same house. I mean, that's reality. Then the same applies to everything else, whether it's a town building, a vehicle, a road, a community center. I will close with, you made a very good point, and I am partly guilty of this. Past councils, yeah, we had a bunch of feel-good budgets from 2010 to 2018 with very, very minimal increases. And we fell behind. And this council is catching up, and this is what it's taken to do this. Those are my closing comments. Does any other member of the public wish to speak on the capital budget before I go to the online? Asking a second time? Sir? Yep, please go ahead. Your name?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know whether this relates to the capital budget or the operating budget, but I want to talk about seniors and the support for seniors by the town. And maybe you don't know, maybe you do know, I was on the age-friendly Ajax committee. I served on that committee from its installation up until just recently. And I've been looking for progress on support for seniors within the town of Ajax. And we've had excellent support from the staff, but it hasn't materialized, or at least I have not seen it materialize in the operating or the capital budget as it's proceeded. I recognize that we're in a financial crisis at the moment as far as the funding from the province to the municipality. And I don't envy you your job at this point in time. It's a very, very difficult job. But I think we can make incremental approaches on improving the level of support for our seniors in the operating and the capital budget with not trying to get there all at once. And my suggestion is that to do that, in the operating budget, you take over the management and programming of the St. Andrews Center, and you don't have to have a full-time staff do that immediately, but then in that process, once you've taken over the operating and the of the program, the management of the programs, and the operations of that center, then you're in a process of first understanding the focal point of what really needs to be done in the redevelopment of St. Andrews Center. And then subsequently, you can do the development of the St. Andrews Center from a capital viewpoint to meet that need, looking forward to the redevelopment of the center in Pickering Village, the real senior center in Pickering Village, because that center is going to have to take the overflow from what happens in Pickering Village as you do that redevelopment. And I think that's a phased approach to it, which will allow you to improve, at least reach the level of services to seniors that we see in sister municipalities in Durham region. That's my suggestion on how to proceed in a stepped, fiscally responsible way. But I don't see any funding for seniors in the budget as it stands at the moment. Now, I could be wrong. That's my submission.
Thank you, Mr. Broadhecker. And I did make some amendments to the budget in the capital, bumping out a couple of changes to the St. Andrews Center because in anticipation of what we may be able to do in Pickering Village on that site. and I didn't see I guess I wasn't comfortable spending the money now there on a building that we may be making significant changes to when we know we have something else potentially coming online. But I wonder if Mr. Vita or Mr. Meredith could maybe speak to the recreation master plan and to some of Mr. Broadhecker's comments as far as to future programming, please.
Yeah, through the mayor to Mr. Harvey Broadbecker, we do have a capital project within the capital budget that would help to inform what our operation of the senior centers would look like. That comes from the recommendation from our master plan, the consultation that we've had with you as well as our seniors groups. So that is ultimately where staff intend to get to from an operations perspective for those centers.
Can I respond, or?
So, no.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I appreciate that there is that study that is being, it's not this year though. It's 25 in the capital budget, if I see it correctly. It's not this year. And in that study, you're going to want to have input into that study. Why not have a staff member who is doing the programming, who's doing the management of the center, involved in that process for this year, so you then can make an informed input into that study that says how that center is going to be redeveloped?
Through the chair, it's a great point, Harvey. Yes, you're right that the study was moved to the 2025 capital budget. In recreation, we have a new recreation supervisor position coming online who will oversee all of our recreation programs, including our seniors programs. Our plan with that position is to take 2024 to start the groundwork into that study to see what efficiencies we might be able to see prior to getting to that point in time. So we are hoping to lay the groundwork in 2024, despite the capital project in 2025, as you noted.
As I say, I've been on the age-friendly committee for a number of years, and all I see is studies. I don't see something done on the ground. I want to see something in the operational budget and in the capital budget that reflects seniors in the town of Ajax. Thank you.
Before we go on to Mr. Meredith, Mr. Vita, is the study that you're referring to the older adults operating model analysis?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Meredith?
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to the capital investments as it relates to seniors, there are two projects that are identified that have both been referenced as it relates to St. Andrews and Pickering Village, and I'll speak to St. Andrews first. Council in 2023 did award the completion of a feasibility study for St. Andrews, and that's something we have engaged an architect in. We have had a public consultation with the Older Adults Steering Committee. We've also met with the presidents of the now consolidating Pickering Village and St. Andrews community themselves. Our plan and intent is to bring that feasibility study to St. Andrews, or of St. Andrews, to council in definitely prior to summer recess, probably closer towards the end of the first quarter of 2023 or 2024. The intent is then, and what's in the forecast right now, is to springboard, subject to council's endorsement of a feasibility study, to detailed design in 2024 for a future expansion of St. Andrews. So we are moving that forward. We are advancing a design. It's not a study. It is actually a vision of what St. Andrews could look like in the future. We also, in 2024, will be starting to look at the long-term plans for Pickering Village. We do have money allocated in the budget. We have an internal team that we will be putting together to look at some form of mixed-use public-private partnership that will speak to an investment in seniors infrastructure as well as some residential development and associated uses with that type of mixed-use development in the village. So I think from a staff perspective in 2024, we are advancing both St. Andrews and the village in a meaningful way that will hopefully lead to shovels in the ground at some point in time in the not too distant future.
Oops. Thank you very much. Does any other member of the public wish to speak on the capital section of the budget before I go to the online people? Asking second time? Third and final time? Oh, you have a question to the delegation? Missed you. Go ahead. Question to the delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question through you to Mr. Meredith, can you just expand for the gentleman that just spoke in regards to the work that has already been done at St. Andrews, the parking lot and the investment we've made there? And great points, sir. Definitely agree. More infrastructure, more for seniors would be great. Thank you, Mr. Meredith.
With respect to the investments that have been made within the past year and a half, obviously there's the resurfacing of the parking lot, the connection of the the two parking lots that existed in the past. So they have been joined and connected. The introduction of two pickleball courts that were incorporated sort of towards the fall of this year. They've probably not actively been used because they were completed around the end of October. But there has been, significant impact. We've had positive feedback from the St. Andrews community as it relates to those investments.
Right, and also,
Go ahead.
I shut off as well. And as well, the Village Arena, there was some infrastructure done there as well, correct? Just for pickleball?
I can't turn your mic on.
Through the chair to Councillor Tyler Moran, yes, that's correct. Pickleball lines were painted at Pickering Village, yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
No, hearing, seeing none. Now we will go to the online. I see Mr. Baker online. However, I'm not able to select. Mr. Clerk? We're having a technical difficulty. Just give us a second. Do we need a reboot? Okay, while we sort this technical difficulty out, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back here at 10 o'clock. seats. Councillor Crawford. So we'll call this meeting back to order. I'm just waiting for Mr. Baker to reappear in the speaker list. So Mr. Baker, if you're listening, please press your button at the bottom center of your screen to speak, or any other members online.
Mr. Baker, in the middle of your screen, there should be a button that has a face with lines emanating away from it. If you hit that, you should be able to speak. So you've activated your mic, but we're not hearing you if you're speaking this time.
Oh, there you are.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you
Yes, we
now
can.
very faintly.
Okay. Easy Conference Connect is not so easy this morning. It's dropping a lot and not giving the right volume either for me. Anyways, I'm going to put my phone to my ear so you can hear me better. That's okay.
It appears that he's disabled his mic. And Mr. Baker, you're back.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can.
So I just want to comment on the capital portion of the budget, and more so not what you're proposing, but on November 28th, the city and the province, City of Toronto and province announced a large deal of billions of dollars in funding. And Mayor Chow said this provides billions in capital and operating dollars for Toronto. The money can be allocated to other unfunded projects. Premier Ford, quote, said, "We wanted to take the burden off the people and taxpayers in Toronto." And I did some math just based on estimated populations in 2016 in Toronto and Ajax. Based on the funding Toronto's going to get out of this, it looks like $7.6 billion of capital funding over 3 years. And that would result, doing the math, of $105 million capital funding for Ajax per year. Now, the mayor just said earlier, we're acting the pleasure of the province. I'm not sure that's the way it should be. We need to get some funding. I agree there's a housing crisis. I agree we have tons of projects, and the ability for the people of the town to bear all these expenses is becoming a barrel, like Mr. Broderick said, or sorry, Mr. Glass. Anyways, if we can, I mean, we need to get some funding. I mean, why can't we get, the MPPs down the waterfront row here, all conservatives, get them to come to a town hall either here or in the region, and invite them to give us an explanation of how they want to take some of the tax burden off the people of Ajax and Durham. Thanks.
Councillor Lee, you have a comment?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Baker, for the comments. I brought the same thing up at the region, and it really amounts to, we don't have an Ontario place to sell to the province. Like, I think that's ultimately what drove a lot of the deal between the province and the City of Toronto. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think we've made many overtures to many levels, many different MPPs and this provincial government to, explain housing, explain funding models, explain how they're going to make us whole. And unfortunately, we've been met with deaf ears. So I'm sure the mayor will continue to advocate, councillors here will continue to advocate, but it's been an ongoing problem where funding has been removed with no explanation of how it's to be replaced outside of taxation on the base. Thank you, Chair.
Well, I'll just add to that. I mean, it's not just me, it's the entire Ontario Big City Mayors, which together collectively represent about 70% plus of the province, so it's a pretty strong voice. I will also touch on the bonusing, because last year I had staff put together the numbers so we control the approval of permits. We don't control who pulls permits and what they build. That's completely, entirely developer driven. So, and Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but we last year our planning department approved organically just through applications, approximately 3,500 residential units. And of that, permits were pulled on a, if I'm going from memory, 164 or so, which is less than 5%, just to give you an idea. So we are doing our job, and our staff are working very hard to approve the applications we're getting. But once we get to that level, we can't make the developers pull the permits. High costs of land, inflation, not inflation, interest rates, costs of labor, cost of materials. I understand concrete has almost tripled in price. And then we look at the market. We just went through a huge housing boom, and now that's tailed right off because of some of those things I just mentioned. So it's a problem. The other thing is, when you talked, Councillor Lee, about being made whole, there is a bonusing program, but in order to reach the bonusing program, the province counts foundations, which we don't control. And you have to reach 80% of your target to get the bonusing. So it's unlikely that I don't think any municipality in Ontario is going to be able to get the bonusing, because we just won't meet those targets, because we don't control the permits that are pulled. We only control the approvals. And we've asked the province to amend that, because that's, I'll call it an unintended consequence. I don't think they meant to offer a bonusing program but never deliver on it. I think making it contingent on foundations versus approvals is a bit of a flaw in the system that we're asking them to change. I don't know if that's addressed your... Mr. Baker, you still have the floor. We can't hear you.
Can I comment further?
We heard you very faintly there. Maybe if you want to turn your video off, it might be a bandwidth issue, and just have audio.
Yeah, just the comment that, I mean, we're all paying provincial taxes here, but we're paying, if Toronto's getting all this funding, that means that, insult to injury, we're paying for that out of our provincial tax, even though we pay, Toronto pays much less municipal tax than we do to begin with, and they typically have smaller increases. So I just don't understand the logic, and there needs to be further explanation from the province, and I'm not sure why we aren't calling it out. Like, why isn't this on CTV News if the funding is out of whack and only supports the large cities?
I will absolutely agree with you. The only answer I have. Councillor Crawford, your name is on the list.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I just want to say, too, that in the past year, we have seen 500 asylum seekers, if not refugees, come through Ajax. 600. We're up to 600 now. And, and I think we've seen the most amount of immigration happen over the past year. And when we asked about funding for that at the regional level, we were told to submit an invoice, which we have, and we have not seen any funding whatsoever for that also. And there is a cost, and I think that you have also invoiced the region. There's a cost to the unsheltered, and it's a cost that the town has had to look after. It's the right thing to do. But we've submitted an invoice back to the region to say that this costs, and we deserve the reimbursement, as Oshawa did, and I believe as Whitby is getting also. So, you know, it's frustrating because we're finding that at a regional level and at a municipal level, we are funding things that is really a provincial responsibility or a federal responsibility. And so we need to be able to continue to be fighting for what we need to be funding, what we're responsible for. And I mean, we are now at the region responsible for funding hospitals, which is a provincial mandate. All of that needs to be, we need to be funding what we're responsible for, and we're not. We're having to do other things. It's just my comment.
Just simply add, the regional budget going forward is $1 million a month to shelter the asylum seekers. $1 million a month, and that's, to me, a download from the federal government. Because, you know, I'm all for immigration, absolutely. And no question, not all of the 600 that have come here are people here on vacation that decided to stay. More than half, because we collect the data, the Region Health and Social Services collects the data, are documented here as part of the immigration program through the federal government, but the funding just hasn't got here. To give you an example, we had to apply for our funding last year for all the Afghani and the Ukrainian refugees that came, and we were declined at the region by the federal government. Then during the crisis this summer, when the region was putting all these asylum seekers in Durham College dorms and all of the motels all around the region to try and house them, because our homeless, when our shelter closed one night, our homeless population, people on the streets, went up, I think, 60% overnight. Because when they close the doors, they got to go outside. I reached out to our MP, and they got some unbudgeted, I think it was $200 million in funding, and immediately gave $90 million to Toronto, back to Mr. Baker's comment. And then they gave $40 million to Hamilton, and the rest of us have to go through an application process, which, again, we still receive nothing for. And this is a download to the municipalities. So I absolutely agree, Mr. Baker, with your comments. Whether it's DCs, a reduction in DCs that we're having to download to our residents, or whether it's social aspects that are federal in nature, it's a problem, and I don't know what the solution is other than we just keep bringing it up and keep lobbying. I see Councillor Henry on the screen.
Thank you, Mayor. Point of information or clarification with regards to how many residential units did you say were approved by the planning department last year? 35?
Mr. Romanesky?
Thank you, through the chair, to Councillor Henry. Yeah, roughly around, unit-wise, based on what our approvals have, was around that 3,000, just over 3,000, up to 3,500. That's in process.
And with the point of information clarification, out of those 3,500, how many of those roughly, I'm not looking for a precise number, did we lose DC charges on?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, I don't have those specific details with regards to those development charge numbers, but I can get them for you.
Yes, I'd like to know that because it's brought up multiple times, and I'm just curious. I think the folks at home would like to know, folks like Mr. Baker, exactly if we're going to say that we're losing this money, exactly how much money. Let's put a number to it. Thank you.
I can give you an example. The 260-story towers that we talked about earlier. I have a complete spreadsheet, but I just don't have time to bring it up right here. But that building is, when built, going to bring in just over $50 million in development charges. And I think it's $7 million a year in taxes. But because of the DC reductions on 1 and 2 bedroom units, I believe it would have been 70 million, if my memory is correct. And I think those are pretty close numbers. So that's just an indication of the reduction of the DCs that we would have got, or us and the region, because remember, the region gets 55%.
Thank you. Sorry. Are you saying we would have lost, but we have not? Is that correct?
If Bill 23 didn't exist,
Yes.
and that building was built, those 2 towers were built, we would have received $70 million in DC funding from that. Development charge. In DC funding from that. And development charges is what pays for new roads, new fire halls, new community centers, all those things. But that number was reduced down to 50. And that delta there, that gap of 20 million in that one specific, and remember, there's probably 17 more similar buildings going in that MTSA area. So extrapolate that out, it's significant. It's in the hundreds of millions of dollars in development charges that are going to be reduced as we grow.
For that particular building?
No, not for just in general. You're talking about DC reductions.
But I'm talking specific, like sorry, Mr. Mayor, still a point of clarification there. Are you saying that we will lose that amount of money on those 60 stories? Or are you saying we would have, had they had the housing that's required for the loss? Like the affordable housing?
No, the affordable housing completely separate. The Bill 23 allows a reduction in development charges to the developer based on the creation of 1 and 2 bedroom units. Okay, so that's why what we're going to see in many of our developments, they're going to probably all be rental because there's a reduction from the federal level on HST for rental units, specific built. But we're going to see a lot of 1 and 2 bedroom, and not a lot of family, because there's no DC reduction on the 3 bedroom family units, right? And you
Understood.
See, okay, so we will not lose. We will collect $20 million less on that one building based on a provincial legislation change.
Understood. So then I'll wait for the final numbers for 2023. I'd like to know what we would have had versus what we've lost.
I don't know that those numbers will be significant for 2023 because there's not a lot of shovels that have gone in the ground in 2023, but it is going to be significant going forward.
Thank you.
Anything further? I think we're still on questions to Mr. Baker? Or on his delegation? No? Okay. Does any other member of the public online have any questions or comments on the capital budget?
Mr. Mayor, the only other participant online is Sadiq Sheikh. And
Okay.
I'm unsure if there are questions or comments to be made.
Mr. Sheikh, do you have any questions or comments? If you do, please press your speaking button, which is the kind of head in the bottom center of your screen. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. If he does come on in the next couple, oh, there you go. Okay. Mr. Sheikh, please go ahead.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Although I was not able to attend everything, but I'm going back to the budgeting, and this seems to be a very big issue for the asylum seeker in Ajax particularly, and also the entire Durham region area. So I would like to know, as you mentioned now that it is becoming a region-wise $1 million monthly in expenses for them. So what is a criteria that these people are allowed to come into our region or our town to seek the asylum? And if there is no way we can reject these without the funding? Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to, that is not a capital budget question. I will try and answer it, and we'll move on. There is no mechanism. Anybody is free to come to Ajax or any municipality. Anybody is free to come and live here. They have the right to be here, and we do not have any mechanism to send them back. Unfortunately, a lot of the people that came here this summer were directed here from a facility in Toronto, and that is unfortunate because that facility was receiving federal funding. That's the only answer I have to your question. Do you have any questions on the capital budget, Mr. Sheikh?
Thank you.
I'll assume that's a no. Okay. Let me just get organized here. Okay, we are now to council. Does any member of council have any questions on the capital budget or comments? Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Procedurally, did you want us to go director by director? Do you want to go in order, or just each councillor just ask all their questions at once?
I had not intended on going line by line, and thank you for pointing that out because I probably should have mentioned that. I suppose we can just go section by section, but I don't expect there to be a whole lot. Why don't we just go around, ask whatever you want, and we'll just go to whichever director.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I will start with corporate services. I believe that's Director Cooper. So my first question is on capital 230-01-801, which is the HRMS, the Human Rights Management System. So the initial plan is to have this fully funded this year based on last year's budget. Now we're splitting the cost between this year and next year. What's the impact of splitting the cost? I mean, a lot of times we are seeing, anytime we delay a capital project, and a project goes up in price, do we foresee that happening, or generally we can hit the budget just within 2 years instead of one?
Yes, Regional Councillor Lee, you pretty much nailed it. So this is strictly a change in how we're cash flowing the project. So if council will recall, this project was originally fully funded over 2 years, 2023 and 2024. But the RFP process has just taken a little bit longer than we anticipated. So we don't anticipate needing as much cash in 2024 as originally thought. So we can push some of that out to 2025 just to relieve pressure on 2024. And during his review, the mayor had asked some questions about this project that had caused us to revisit how we'd funded the project. And this adjustment, I think, just made sense. I don't have any concerns about it. It has no impact at all on the scope of the project. It won't affect the overall project cost, and it won't slow anything down. And I'm happy to say that project is proceeding well and it's on track for success. So no concerns with this change.
Perfect. Thank you for that answer. I guess the same question would be 24001-101, which is the CRM. Same thing, we had split it over 2 years. I'm assuming the answer is going to be identical?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay, very good. Can we jump to capital 24010302, the hardware replacement for 2024? So 2023 had this at one, so the budget for this has tripled year over year. So I guess the question is, what is our metric in replacing hardware like servers? Like it says life cycle is 4 to 5 years. Is that based on usage or just like an approximate time frame? Because ultimately, you know, they are building things harder, faster, stronger, better. Are we able to extend life cycles for stuff like servers, thereby kind of alleviating some of the upfront capital costs?
Thank you. I'll just ask our CIO, Mr. Walker, to answer that question.
Ms. Walker?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Lee. So I just want to clarify, we do put a general guideline of years of useful use, but I can assure you that certainly we do not replace something that is functioning, it's secure, and it's doing what it's supposed to do. What we do track is we'll look, let's just use servers as an example, and I'll use Microsoft as an example. If we know that they're not going to be supporting it, the system, the operating system it's on is going out of date, we will look at replacing it and or upgrading it. So we do monthly patching, those type of things. So we use 4 years laptops as an example, but again, if it's working, we won't replace it. So we assure you we're not trying to make work for ourselves and just replace things that are still functioning properly. It's just the years we put on things varies, and that's generally based on best practices in the industry. So,
I mean, related to this, but unrelated to this, how important is life cycle and like best practices in regards to cybersecurity? What would one assume, and would it be correct that the more up-to-date technology we have, the safer we are from cyber attacks?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Lee, absolutely. So that's something, again, we do, I referenced it before, we patch things. So patching means we're making sure it's up to date to make sure it's secure. So we have a team that is responsible for looking at this stuff, keeping it up to date at all times. Predominantly these days, it's mostly focused on cybersecurity, of course, because the bad actors are trying to get us at all times. But even for functionality, we have over 70 applications that our corporation uses. And we want to make sure they're using the solutions as best they can. So 100%, that's something we are on top of and making sure. And again, as soon as we know, and we usually know well in advance that something is going to be going out of support or it's no longer going to be secure, that's when we would look at replacing it.
And just very quickly, it references the 2020 Information Technology Strategic Plan. How far along are we with that SP right now?
Through the chair to Councillor Lee, very well. So actually this 2024 will be the last year of that plan, which is exciting. So we've hit a number of our objectives, and just to jog everyone's memory, one of the big ones was there is how poor our our technology infrastructure was at the time. So we've obviously spent a lot of time and effort on modernizing that, and that's something that's going to continue. But overall, the IT strat plan, or ITSP we call it, is going very well. Obviously, COVID changed some things for us, and of course, but yeah, it's been fantastic, and we will be looking at updating that in 2025.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Chair, I have questions for Director Meredith now, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So Director Meredith, I'll do that question last. Sorry. Capital 24070502. It's the ARC pool replace chlorine system. So I would assume that, and I think it mentions there every 10 years old, this should be something that's regularly maintained. So if that's the case, why wasn't this included in projection from last year's budget?
I'm going to actually let Director Vita respond to this question directly.
Thanks. Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. So the chlorine system at ARC has failed. There are giant plastic drums effectively that house the chlorine that feeds the pools. They started leaking. There's been some plastic weld repairs that have done on those units, but they're only temporary repairs. They're not going to last us, so they're at their usable life. Staff are looking to replace those with an AccuTab chlorine system, which is much safer and effective to use. We implemented that system at the MCC pool with the filtration updates that we did this year. Once staff saw that that was a system that was going to work well for them, they were comfortable in making the same recommendation to switch ARC over as well.
Does it require ultimately this new system less maintenance then?
Yes, it will require much less maintenance as well as hopefully a reduction in the amount of chemical that we're using as well in the pool.
So, I mean, ideally, we'd be seeing some long-term savings from switching over, correct?
Potentially. I think hopefully we'll take a look a year in and see what our operational costs might be in our chlorine use, yes.
Sure. And then, so ACC, you mentioned MCC and ARC, so that's fine. Does ACC currently use the system?
No, ACC is not on that system right now, no.
So eventually we should be seeing something in the long-range forecast for ACC regarding updating their chlorine system, correct?
Yeah, I think when we look at making the changes to the ACC pool, along with the major construction project that we have at ACC, we would look at an upgrade such as that at that time.
Okay, I appreciate that. Back to Director Meredith, I think this is a question for you. So going to capital 23070003, it's the Lord Elgin Park retrofit. And really to an extent, it's also 23070002 with St. Catherine Sienna Park retro. So the Lord Elgin price has gone up about $115,000 from last year's estimate. And generally, every budget, I kind of bring up every time we see a park estimate and then the actual budget, it does go up. Why did the cost go up?
So there's a couple of reasons for the likelihood of that happening. First of all, it's primarily based on the process that we follow as we go through detailed design, public consultation, and construction. So as it stands right now, we budget and forecast those in back-to-back years. So quite often what will happen when a project gets approved, by the time we've got a design consultant on board, we're into the summer doing public consultation in the fall and then feeding the capital budget for construction the following year. So what happens until we've got the actual public meetings that we've held, until we've got a final detailed design, there is a tendency for a project to change based on the dialogue that we're having with the local neighborhood and residents. So that impacts the overall design and delivery of the project. So I think part and parcel, the primary reason relates to sort of the tight process that we've got. We have talked internally about potentially having a gap year in between detailed design and construction, so it allows the full consultation process to play out, which then will give us a finalized detailed design upon which a construction budget would be prioritized. So that's something we've spoken of internally to look at making those improvements moving forward.
Is there not an option for so design says we need swing slide sandpit, hypothetically, right? Is there not an opportunity when they're actually building and they now have this budgeted out for us to then say, a la carte options, this is what everything costs. What can we do to maintain the initial budget we had for this?
So one of the things that we've talked about in terms of working with our procurement group is the ability to bid a document and having provisional items. So by having provisional items within a document, you have the ability to not necessarily award all components of a project to try and manage the budget better, as opposed to putting it as an all or nothing type of scenario. So we've had discussions with our previous manager of procurement and now our current one, and we're looking to make those adjustments in our processes going forward.
And ultimately, if I can suggest also including this in the public open houses that you have, explain to the public, if you had a wish list, what would you want? Are you flexible with certain amenities? Because I think that is an opportunity for us to hit closer to these budgets. Otherwise, we're going to keep seeing these huge increases on these things. So thank you for that answer.
Sorry, I'd just say, for the most part, the scope of work for a lot of our parks are sort of asset management related. So it's replacements of trails, replacement of playgrounds, street or park furniture, and so forth. There are also elements from time to time that we're bringing in the Rec and Parks Master Plan where they've identified additional uses within a particular neighborhood, for example, a basketball court. So they sometimes have different funding sources in terms of whether they're new versus a replacement. So those are things that we are taking into account as we go through the park design process as well.
And that makes sense. If we can go to Capital 2407002. Oh, actually, no, I wrote that wrong. Sorry. Can we do a search of the Audley baseball diamond? Well, yeah, that's the one. Audley Ballpark. So this was initially scheduled for $210,000 in 2024. Now it's being pushed to $50,000 next year and $390,000 in 2026. So what exactly caused the breakup of timing and then literally the doubling of price?
So essentially, the replacement is scheduled for 2026. It would have been based on, sort of current assessments that our staff would complete in terms of coming up with the cost estimates. We've got some examples of current fencing and prices that we've paid for in 2023. So typically these types of budgets are based on actual costs that we've incurred sort of within a given year. So that's what the budget would be based on. But having said that, it is out in 2026. It is something that we still will continue to assess. So for example, later this year, we will assess, sort of the timing to make sure that we are replacing it when it's needed from an asset management perspective. So these are projects that we review annually, and quite often if we can have them continue for another year or two and we can push them out another year or two, we will.
Right.
And that's a process that we follow on all our assets.
Okay. Last capital question for you is, I think it's 2300201, the corporate security upgrades. So this project went from a 3-year project last year, now it looks like a 5-year plus project. That kind of doubles in price. So what caused the extension of time frame and the doubling of price?
So the capital upgrades for facilities are based on the security assessment that we've completed in 2022. The original scope of work involved the simple replacement of CCTV cameras at the facilities that you've referenced below, and it was originally over a 3-year period. We hired our corporate security specialist in the spring of this year. The approach is not looking at CCTV camera replacements in isolation. It's more coordinated with IT and will involve card reader, photo ID badging, security cameras, intrusion alerts. So it's a more integrated approach in terms of how we're dealing with security and safety within our facilities. And as referenced, we do need to spread it out over a larger period of time. So it's been referenced as 2025. A couple of them are tied in with other retrofits. So for example, we would look to do the security improvements as part of the overall ACC renovation as opposed to doing it in advance of that. So it's been in part coordinated with other sort of larger renovation projects that are identified in the forecast as well.
Okay. Those are all my questions for Director Meredith. Moving on to Director Romanowski, 2600901. So this is the Inclusionary Zoning Housing Assessment Report. So this isn't factored till 2026, but that's kind of my question is, why aren't we moving this up? So ultimately, inclusionary zoning, incredibly important to get housing, affordable housing to residents. This seems like something that should be moved up sooner, but why do we ultimately have this for 2026?
Well, for through the chair to Councillor Lee. So firstly, this project kind of would be part and parcel and run in parallel with our OP review, which is starting this year.
Okay.
2024, subject to budget approval. And, you know, this particular project is specific to the PMTSA, so, which we're also doing a secondary plan for. So if we
Sorry,
could,
just for anyone watching at home, what is a PMTSA?
Protected major transit station areas. So
Okay.
for all intents and purposes, our GO station area, essentially. So this particular study would look at inclusionary zoning within those areas. But through our OP review, we're definitely going to be looking at this. So it kind of will, they're two separate projects, but they'll run in tandem. Also subject to funding potential, as this might be a potential project that could be funded through outside funding if we secure that funding, which ultimately could mean that we could move that project up a year if that case may be. So we're hopeful those opportunities arise for that project.
I absolutely think that's something that we should be looking to move up, and I hope we do explore all funding sources because, you know, inclusionary zoning is something that areas like Toronto have done years ago, and we're finally playing catch up. And I get we have to do it through an OP, 100%, but I do hope that staff will consider moving this up to 2025, for example.
Yeah, and through the chair to Councillor Lee, just further to the conversation around the population projections, we're almost at our projections that we projected through our last OP review. And given our housing pledge and the other commitments and other developments that are kind of lying in abeyance until interest rates, et cetera, and the economy turns around, we'll be well over those projections and probably into the 240s, maybe closer to 250 by 2051 or 2041, those planning timelines. So just to clarify that point from earlier.
Significant population
Significant increases, yes, sir.
I'll just add to that.
Please.
In that area, I foresee all applications right now, until we do the secondary plan, I guess it is, and the OP review, to require a mayor's directive to do the zoning bylaw. And I'm putting in all of those, the affordable housing components. So we're kind of, it's a bit of a workaround.
Okay, good. So one of the big budget items, which is previously mentioned, was Hunt Street. So the 1 point some odd million, I forgot what the total was, 1.8 million. What are we spending that on right now? Because again, I think Regional Councilor Croft or someone said, or no, Mayor Collier said the project actually going to be upwards of hundreds of millions because that's what it's cost. So what are we exactly paying for with 1.8 million? It says design, but
I can speak to that.
Sure.
The decision on bringing that forward, because that was one that I did add into the budget. The original budget was somewhere in the low 40 million, and we brought it down to 38 for capital. I took a bunch out, but I added this 1.8 in, which was significant and definitely the largest. This is a $100 million project that we're going out for upper level government funding on. And it's important that we have the design work done and the project is shovel ready. Because a lot of the decision making by the federal and provincial government is on shovel ready projects. So that was sort of the thought process behind bringing this forward, get the design done. I consulted with planning staff before to make sure that our case study and all these others, phase 1, phase 2, whatever it is, were all in place to be able to do this. And that was the reasoning for bringing this forward. So we have that in hand, ready to go, should those other fundings come, so they're shovel ready.
And currently there is an environmental assessment for this area, correct?
I believe that's complete, but Mr. Romaneski?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Lee, we've done an addendum to the EA that was in place. We went through a feasibility analysis. We also amended the EA to go from an underpass to realignment of the spur line to look at some cost savings there from a construction point of view. Still, we need to look at land acquisition and other elements, as the mayor has alluded to through his comments. I think, you know, the design element is very important for this project. And yes, even though the EA is a 10-year EA, the goal here is to start the project within the 10 years and not have to make any further amendments or addendums to that EA that's in place.
So essentially what we're saying is first comes the EA, kind of setting the parameters, then comes the design phase, which is what this is budgeting for. From the design phase, only from there are we able to determine what needs to be done, so to speak, what needs to be purchased, what needs kind of literal design aspects. So nothing can go forward without this design aspect first, correct?
Through the chair to Councilor Lee, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Romanowski. Chair, those are all my capital questions. Thank you for the latitude.
Very thorough, excellent. Does any other member of council have any questions on the capital budget? I don't see anybody in the speakers list. I'm just going to go in order because they all disappeared. Councilor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Good morning, everyone. So I do have some questions. Let me just pull up. I just used page, the projects by new drivers. Is that projects, new capital projects by driver? That was my reference page for the questions that I have, so I'll just go in order of that. Service level related, as an example, 24003-701, repurposed vehicles. And I noticed that throughout the budget, there is many references to repurposed. So I just wanted, if someone could comment on that, the repurposed, and also with all of our replacement vehicles, I want to confirm what we do with the vehicles that we're replacing. Do we make any money off of them?
So first of all, in response to Councillor Bauer's request or question regarding repurposed vehicles, so essentially repurposed vehicles have evolved over a period of time when a number of years ago we would replace vehicles sort of on an as-needed basis based on their conditions. From an operational standpoint, they were still required to support the operation. There was, you know, at one time, a challenge in us receiving any approval through the budget process for additional vehicles to support our ongoing operations. So we relied on vehicles that have been replaced to continue with our day-to-day operation. So the repurposed vehicles, when we did a fleet utilization study a couple years ago, caused a backlog and sort of a further replacement of the repurposed vehicles, which this budget represents. So that's sort of why we've specifically identified them as repurposed vehicles, because they've been extended within our fleet beyond their useful life by a number of years. The second, to answer your question, our vehicles do go to auction as they are being replaced now. So we've got out of the cycle of having to rely on sort of repurposed vehicles to support our operations. So through our fleet services, we do go through the public process. And I'm not sure if our finance director has anything to add to it, but we do have a process where we do receive the best value that we can through a reselling process.
Right. Okay, so that's, you know, I'm happy to hear that we are trying to get the most use of our vehicles, because vehicles show up on every budget, many of them. So to see that we can extend them, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. And that we also are able to, I believe Director Valentin, when I asked previously, we can auction them off and we make a very small amount that goes back into that reserve for use for vehicles. Is that right?
Through Mayor Collier to Councillor Bauer, yes, that's correct. So we do auction off a lot of our vehicles and our assets through GovDeals, and we receive revenue that way, which then gets replenished back into these reserves.
Perfect, thank you. And same as minor cost, but one of the other items, we are replacing canoes, 240000901. It's a small amount for $28,000. Same kind of question. So we have these, they're at the end of the useful life cycle for how we use them, but what will we do with those?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, this is actually our first kick of the can at disposing of canoes, so we are going to look to repurpose them and try to resell them. What the resale market is for our used canoes, I'm not sure. I don't think we've been there yet, but that will be our intent, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Every little bit helps, right? And I just wanted to make a comment. This is just an observation. So our projection from the 2023 capital budget, the projection for 2024 was 36,908,900 versus the 2024 capital budget being presented today, just a minor increase to 38,349,000. So maybe just as a comment to when Mr. Glass was speaking about the increase, just a comment. I had another question about, let me get the number. This is strategic plan, so it'll be project 24002301, NDR network detection and response solution for 144,000. Just want to confirm, is this, and I did ask this question, but I'll ask it again. It's not antivirus that will need to be updated. Like, are we going to be spending money on this? What is it? Maybe that's the question.
Thank you. I'll let Chris Walker answer that one. I think he can probably give a better answer than I could.
Thank you.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Bauer, and I may actually ask for some assistance here. I don't want to be too specific about what it is. It is a cybersecurity system. So we are looking at updating and or replacing a number of current systems, and this would be part of that. Again, kind of don't mean to be too high level, but it's all with the intention of keeping us secure.
Absolutely.
I don't know if I want to go too much deeper.
No, that's fine.
If that's fine, yeah.
It's something that we need to spend in order to keep the town's
100%.
systems safe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. The Ajax Fairgrounds, 24004401. And I just want to confirm, we have some wonderful events that happen at Pat Bailey Square. And I want to confirm that this new fairground, it is not the intention to move those events. So music in the square, kids in the square, etc., from Pat Bailey to the fairground. Maybe I'll ask Mayor Collier.
Is that to me? That's not my
Or
intent.
Director Vita?
My intention is to see that used for large things, like, for instance, I just got an email come up about the Rotary Rib Fest, for instance. Things that are Ajax Canada Day. Those types of large events are currently held at Ajax Downs. It's no secret those lands around Ajax Downs will eventually be developed. We need to have an alternate location to be hosting those types of things as well as others, but I was not envisioning music in the park. Mr. Vita?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, yeah, that's absolutely correct, what Mayor Collier stated. We've had a lot of success with the music in the square, kids in the square, and programs like that at Pat Bailey Square, and it would be our intention to continue those. We would look to move all of our large events, save and except the Santa Claus Parade, as well as any future events that we look to develop would be housed at the fairgrounds.
Okay, great. Thank you. The other questions that I have are more for the operating side, so I'll leave that for now. Thank you, Mayor Collier.
You're welcome. Councillor Dyes, you are next.
Thank you. So I have a question with the multi-use trail on Harvard Avenue. So it's there's actually two portions to this. So it's 2309-0313. So I'll start with that one. And I just had a question about, this is a part of the trail which will be from Bailey down to Falby on the east side of Harwood, and it's a multi-use path. And I wanted to know if a detailed design had been completed yet. I remember from the previous study that we did in 2012 that it did indicate a retaining wall would be needed just south of the entrance into St. Bernadette's.
Through Mayor Collier to Regional Councillor Dyes, The detailed design was approved as a 2023 capital project. We are in the process of looking to complete the detailed design. We wanted to see, and we want to see the outcome of today's budget meeting as it relates to some of the specifics and the direction that's being provided. But at this point in time, the direction is to design a multi-use trail on the east side of Harwood Avenue from Bailey Street south down to McRae, and that's what's been submitted for approval today.
So has that cost been included, or sort of as best as you can, into the budget for that part of the road? So it's $350,000 for a retaining wall? If we need it, because that was the recommendation prior. So I'm not sure what the detailed design is going to be, whether it's still included or if it's totally different from what was previously studied.
There wasn't a detailed design done previously. There was a conceptual design. We're not certain at this point in time whether there is a retaining wall that will be required. We're trying to mitigate and not have a retaining wall built along that section or minimize it as you sort of move up the slope towards Bailey Street. But we have captured within the budget the detailed design cost estimates to build the entire stretch of the Harwood Avenue Trail, and the expectation is that we would be building it this summer.
So these are basically just an estimate of what we think the costs are going to be.
Correct.
So the other part of the trail, the south part, has been the controversial one, Falby to McRae, and it includes the removal of existing on-road bike lanes back to the 2 lanes south of McRae. So I'm curious, how do we take that painting away from the roads? How does that happen?
It's essentially a mill and overlay operation. So we would grind off the existing pavement markings and resurface that lane.
Okay. And what would that cost? Do you know, roughly?
Approximately $400,000.
So $400,000 just to take the paint off?
Correct.
Thank you. Well, you know, I do have concerns about that. I think it would have been helpful to have the design done prior to, reconsidering what we're doing. I know that the previous study in 2012, it broke that area into 3 parts. So it wasn't being done all at one time. So it was a little bit easier on the budget in that way. Still costs money, and I understand that. But I think with the intensification that's coming, on Harwood in the downtown core in particular, I think it's appropriate that we do something. We have to have another option for transportation down to the waterfront, and I understand that. But it's just my, I'm disappointed that the design hasn't come forward before the actual implementation of construction. So thank you.
I'd just like to make a clarification, because I asked the same question about the cost for the removal on Lower Harwood. Mr. Meredith, can you give the answer that you gave me, because it's a little more involved than just taking the paint off the road? It's a different process that was used in that section.
Yeah, it's a mill and overlay operation, so we would have to sort of grind off the pavement markings and follow that with a sort of resurfacing of the paved surface in that particular area.
No, specifically, those pavement markings are different than just the regular line paintings that we see.
Correct. And if you've driven down or walked or cycled down Harwood Avenue, you do have the 1.2 meter buffered lane, so there is a continuous strip of paint that exists. It's not just the symbols in a single line. There is an extensive amount of pavement marking. There is a significant amount of, you'll see at the intersections where the green pavement markings are, where there's sort of lane changeovers as well. So there's, and the entire stretch is, there's a significant amount of paint that requires removal.
So it's not just something we can scrub off. The only way
Correct.
to remove it is to mill it off.
Correct.
That's the answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Henry, you're next.
I did have one more. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
You were
sorry.
done. Back to, can you hit your button again, please?
Sorry. So I wanted to go back to what Mr. Broadbecker was speaking to about the St. Andrews Community Center and Jim. Partially about that, but partially about the need to make some changes. Now, our seniors have been waiting for some time. We've been having conversations for years now about what we can do to improve programming for seniors. And Ward 3 has the highest number of seniors in our community. And we need to make some changes. And he was absolutely right when he said, you know, the municipality needs to take over the management of the center. That is the number one complaint I hear is, we love Whitby, why can't we be like Whitby? And when I question people about that, it boils down to it's managed by staff at the municipality, which means there's always somebody there on the premises to answer questions at a front desk or phone calls and that kind of thing. And they find that very, very helpful. And it's also programmed by us, and that makes a big difference too, along with the seniors' input, of course. So I'm wondering, through this, looking at the St. Andrews Community Center and the gym revitalization, I mean, that's all part and parcel of what we're going to do in the future. And I think it's really important, you know, when we're going forward and we're having other reports coming forward, that it all comes together at the same time so we're ready to make the decisions at the same time. I think it's important to have, you know, this detailed design take place in 25 so we know what's going to go on, and then we can also look into that. So I wonder, you know, through the Director of Recreation, if you can answer kind of those concerns, because I do think, I don't know if it's of your opinion or not, but I do think that having the studies come out together will give us a better idea of where we're going and how we should move forward.
Mr. Vita, just one sec. Councillor Dyes, I don't know if you're aware, after hearing Mr. Broadacre speak, I have a more thorough understanding of what the strategic direction, of what the older adult operating model is. And I have a motion prepared that I've already sent to the clerk, so at the appropriate time, I'm going to be moving that we bring that from 25 back to 24. Because I didn't realize that that kind of was integral in the whole thing when I made that change. So just, I don't know if that helps with your question.
That does help. Thank you very much. That's perfect. You made my day. Thank
That's
you.
assuming council supports it, but I will be bringing it. Anything further, Councillor Dyes? Okay, Councillor Henry, can you press your button again, please? I deleted you from the thing, but you were next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you want me to ask just the capital questions now, or should I also go through my list of questions with regards to items you removed?
Nope, just capital.
Just capital at this time? Okay. So my first question was with regards to, and I'm going to give you a page 44.
Do you have the item number so the clerk can bring it up on the screen?
I can, but it's a little 28001001. Pickering Village Parking Study. So my question with regard to this, I just have one question, is why are we waiting till 2027 when we are looking at different parcels of land we own in the town of Ajax coming up in a study that's further in the capital budget? Why are we waiting for the parking study to be done so far down the road? Shouldn't we have that information prior, like once we have the study done with regards to land we own in the town? Shouldn't we have this study done for parking in the village to be able to look at and make decisions with regards to that?
Well, I'm not sure who will take this, but I can tell you I sat on the Pickering Village BIA since 2003, and parking has always been an issue in the village. And yeah, and then Councillor Crawford from 2010 until it was disbanded in 2021 or 2, whatever it was. So anyway, I don't know who wants to answer this. Mr. Romanowski?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Henry. Yeah, parking in the Pickering Village has always been a concern. Ever since I came here in 2006, it's always been the desire to try to work with development as it occurred to ascertain portions, say at the backs of properties, to interconnect them to create kind of like a interconnected public parking plan. However, just other priorities have taken, taken kind of the lead. And this is always something that's been in the budget. It just seems to get moved around. I think we'll have a better idea once we get out of our OP review and secondary planning that we're going to be going through the next 4 years to really give some, serious consideration. That's why we've put it out so far. This also kind of aligns with like some reporting that we had earlier or through last year and the year before, 22 and 23, with regards to like a master parking plan for the municipality and looking at that. And we could probably wrap this project into that project if and when that project, the master plan, comes to fruition at a later time. So we just don't see the need for it right now. That's why we've kind of put it out there in the 2033 timeline. I think there's some other priority things that we need to address and at a really high level through our OP review and secondary planning.
Understood, but you do understand my concern. Like when I say that we're looking at land that the town owns, I mean, you don't look at land the town owns for no reason. So if someone is to come, if staff is to come before us at some future date within the next year and say, look, we're looking at selling off this or selling off this piece of land, my question is going to go back to, before we do that, what about the parking study? Do you understand my train of thought on that?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Henry. I think at this point, though, it's premature to do the study until we understand how the land uses within the village are going to actually evolve over time. It might even speak to the question of whether or not the municipality over time needs somebody, educated and trained in kind of that real estate type of portfolio where we can look at acquisitions and transactions and those types of things to acquire lands when and if they become available on the public market. But right now, that's not something that we're currently actively pursuing.
Sorry, point of clarification. I'm not referring to acquiring lands.
You did mention though that if lands came up for sale that.
I meant sorry, my mistake. I meant when we do the study with the lands that we own in the town, when I say lands for sale, I meant if we were looking at, if staff came to council and said, we are looking at selling this parcel of land, we as a town, then I'm going to want to know where this study is before making that decision, because if that land is anywhere located in the vicinity of the Pickering Village town land that we own, then I'm going to want to know, well, what are we going to do about the parking there, and where's the study on that?
Understood.
Thank you. So with regards to page 48, and that is 26300801, and this is for Director Walker with regards to informational governance and security strategy. I just have one question, and that is assessment and gap analysis of information and data governance policy and procedures. I'd like you to speak to that, and I just want to know if that gap would include a gap in governance with regards to the AODA and anything we could be missing in there.
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, that's the one for, I just want to make sure. So that was just a little bit of background on that. That was a project we were going to do, I believe, last year, and we have actually rolled that into another strategy. So that is going to look, again, back to the security side. It's just going to look how we govern our data. At that point, it'll be a bit of a refresh. I can't see the 2027. It'll be like a refresh of what we're doing now. It'll be similar to some other the strategies we do, in that just to step back and take a look at what the practices we're currently undertaking from an information security perspective and seeing if they're still relevant or if they should be updated. So this would be done by a third party. And then just to your point about the AODA, of course, that's something, again, that's something we were always looking at. It's something, if you ever talk to myself or my group, the accessibility is always an important piece of any of our applications and the information we put out there. So that would be part of that for sure.
That would be part of that.
Yeah.
So are you saying that we're doing that now, or we have done that recently, and that's why it's been pushed off to 2027?
So through the chair to Councillor Henry, this is actually, it kind of refers to what I mentioned earlier. So through the IT strat plan, this was something we had identified, but because of COVID and the way we had to shift, we actually implemented a lot of this stuff. So we felt it wasn't necessarily appropriate to work on it right now. So that's why we were kind of forced to do it through the COVID piece. There's the RIM strategy, which Deputy Clerk McWilliams working on, that we kind of rolled into that because that's going to look at how we're managing our data and information. So this will be the next piece in 2027 to look at it again. Does that answer your question?
It does answer my question, but I just want clarification. So you would say, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but more of a direct answer. Would you say that the AODA is up to compliant, and that's been done through that process you just mentioned already?
Oh, okay. So through the chair to Councillor Henry, and again, maybe you can you repeat that? Are you asking if everything we're doing is up to AODA compliance? Is that what you're asking?
Correct, because this line in this detailed sheet here says assessment and gap analysis of information and data governance, policy and procedures. So when we talk about gaps, and I always look at gaps because there's always new information coming out. There's always a chance to better ourselves in every way. I'm asking, is there currently any gaps we need to worry about so that I can rest assured that pushing this out to 2027 is a non-issue because we filled in the gaps?
If I could just jump in here.
Just one second. This wasn't pushed out. This was an item that has been in the long range over like 27 and all the way through. No changes were made for this. This is when it was originally planned to be. Director Cooper, please.
Thank you. I think my comment would be, so this is a project in the forecast for 2029. That's a ways out, especially in the world of technology. Really difficult to predict what the exact scope of that project will be, something that's 5 years out in technology. But I would say I don't know that this is the place where we would be looking at governance as it relates to accessibility. There's a number of other projects where we would look at that. For example, our forthcoming website upgrade will have a large amount of attention on the accessibility of the documentation that we put out to the public. We actually have a number of initiatives underway that get at this this coming year that are on Sarah Moore's work plan. Things like training for staff on how to make sure that all of our documents are accessible. A lot of really good initiatives that we can fill you in on offline if as I know this is an area of interest for you, Councillor. So I'm just not sure that, like, this project that we're looking at right now on page 48 specifically relates to information security. It's not really the area where we would be looking at that type of thing.
Okay, understood. And the reason that I brought it up was because it says 2020 Information Technology Strategic Plan. So my mistake, I thought it was pushed out because when you look at 2020 to 2029. So you've answered my question on where this could be, and we'll have that offline conversation, and thank you for that. With regards to page 56, Energy Conservation Demand Management
Councillor
Plan.
Henry,
Yes.
we're dealing with the 2024 capital budget. You're asking 3 questions in a row of items that are 5+ years away. Can you please limit your questions to the capital budget that's before us today, which is the 2024, unless you are looking to bring some of these items forward. But it's going to be a really long day, and a lot can change in 5 years.
Understood. I agree with you. And the reason I asked about that one and this one that's coming up is because of the timing that it shows. And I might ask that it comes up by a year. That's why I've brought it.
But really, a year will do nothing, because then it's just to 2026, and we're still not discussing 2026. So unless you were planning on bringing it to 2024, it's kind of irrelevant at this time.
Understood.
We can have that discussion
Agreed.
in that year.
I'll
Thank you.
leave it. With regards to page 189, and this is something, Mr. Mayor, I am going to ask about bringing forward this year. Not necessarily I'm going to put forth an amendment, but I want to have some clarification with regards to it. So this is project description. I believe Councillor Lee touched base on this earlier. I have one question with regards to this, and it is because the forecast for Pat Bailey Square is for 2028. And my whole question is around the sign that we're going to be getting this year, much like that one of Toronto. And I know that there's been some questions as to certain flags that we fly at Pat Bailey Square and whatnot. I know all that's under review. I'm just asking about the security aspect of this and why it's not done in 2024 for Pat Bailey Square. If I could just have some clarification on that.
Do we have the right item?
I'm not sure which, you want to talk about the corporate security upgrades?
Yes. 2028, and I'm asking why it's not being, why Pat Bailey Square in particular is not for 2024.
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, if I can take a stab at this one, as I know you mentioned the Ajax 3D signs that we should have installed over the coming months. We've reviewed the security systems at Pat Bailey Square to confirm that we do have adequate coverage for protection of that sign. So we are currently set up well to monitor that one. I'm not sure if Director
You're
Meredith.
satisfied with what we have, and it's okay to keep this pushed out to 2028, correct?
That's correct. And it is one of the newer systems that have been installed, but I will pass it over to Dave Meredith for anything further.
Actually, you've answered my question. Thank you. With regards to page, give me 1 minute here. With regards to page 284, Mills Road bike lanes, Station Street to Hun Street. My question is, why are we doing this in 2024, knowing the extension of Hunt Street, the construction that will be in that area in the future? It's just a quick question. I know it's in the forecast. I'm just asking why we didn't push that back.
Through the mayor to Councillor Henry, we're coupling it with another project within operations dealing with Dowdy. And this project's going to be part and parcel of that.
Just expanding on that, we're doing the detailed design. We're coordinating this work with the region of Durham as it relates to part of a servicing solution for the downtown area. So we're doing the design and construction of and resurfacing of Hunt Street to Dowdy, Dowdy up to Station, which will include active transportation components. It made sense at the same time while we're doing that we would incorporate Mill Street into the same project.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. With regards to page 287, I want clarification, the 3 meter, so page 287, Kingston Road pardon? Sorry, I thought I heard a comment from over there. With regards to Wicks to Alexander Crossing, this is a 3 meter wide pathway, and I just want clarification. Is that the same width as what's on Harwood North from Kerrison to Roslyn?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I asked that is I didn't want to lose an opportunity to make sure that that was as wide as it could be for all the folks that will be traveling along there for the new buildings coming.
Councillor Henry, 3 meters is our standard, so they'll all be 3 meters.
All be 3 meters, thank you. With regards to page 299, and that is for new traffic signal at Harwood and Haskell Avenue, the Spiceland Plaza. So I've had many calls, emails, messages with regards to the danger of this, perceived danger of this intersection. And I just wanted to verify that nothing will stop this from happening, this new traffic light from installation in 2024. We're on schedule for that, correct?
With respect to timing, the construction is actually intended for 2025. We will be doing utility relocation and completing the preliminary work in 2024.
And just to add to that, through the chair to Councillor Henry, we're just finalizing the EA on the Harwood Avenue, these improvements that coincide with this detail sheet as well. So we're in the final stages, the Harwood Avenue EA, to then do the design and then do the improvements as per the budget sheet.
And are we looking at early 2025? Well, like spring? Are we looking late 2025? Do we know?
I wouldn't be able to confirm the timing within the 2025 season. Typically, if budget for construction is being approved this time next year, or in 2025, by the time you go through the tendering process, you're awarding the contract, you're into the second half of the year.
So is there any way this could be pushed to 2026?
To push it out?
I don't want to push it out. I'm asking could it be pushed out through the process?
Budget would be approved for 25, and I don't see a reason that we would not begin construction in the second half of 25.
Second half, okay. I asked because I've received numerous emails on this, and I believe I was told through Deval that it was 2024 it was coming. I have to go back to my emails, but you're saying 2025 for the signal, the traffic signal itself, correct?
Mr. Meredith, is this not done in coordination with the other major developments that are happening down there right now, being Grandview and Schlegel Village? And it has to time with them?
That is part of the timing for the opening of that as well. So, yeah, the signals, when you're looking at construction such as this, we'll work out the timing and obviously get the signals in as soon as possible, but we'll work that into the schedule, but it won't be in the, it's possible that it could be in 26, depending on the timing of actual construction and how it gets sequenced during construction.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. With regards to page 300, and this is the Roslyn Road widening. First of all, I notice in here that it's saying land acquisition 2024. Do we know what land we're looking at acquiring? And by approving this, am I voting to acquire land?
The way the budget is presented, so to answer your question, yes, you are. In 2024, in 2023, we initiated and awarded the contract for detailed design. That is underway. So we're doing the design of the widening of Westney Road, or sorry, the design of Roslyn Road from Westney to Lake Ridge in its entirety. Through that, which builds on the EA that was approved for Roslyn Road. So upon the detailed design being complete, which will be probably in the mid part of this year, it'll identify our land acquisition needs. So by approving today's budget, the $6.9 million, which is identified, has been estimated for land acquisition, is primarily for the lands that we know we will require between Audley Road and Durham 23 for the widening. West of 23, we've pretty much acquired the Roslyn Road land needs through development over time. It's really the area between Audley and Lake Ridge that we're deficient in terms of the road right away. So yes, we are looking to start the process to acquire land in all likelihood the second half of 2024.
And where is the land that I'm voting on acquiring in this detailed sheet?
It would be just a portion on the north and south sides as needed for widening of the road.
Understood, Mr. Mayor, but I am asked to vote on someone's private property and acquiring it, and there is no mention of the property, what property I'm asked to vote on to acquire.
Ms. Meredith?
The general land acquisition needs are east of Audley Road to Durham 23.
Yes, that's general, but
Yep.
there is nothing in
Okay, so
here.
that would be the O'Connor property to the north, and I don't know who the landowner is on the south. It's farmland.
There's 3 or 4 landowners along the south side of Rosslyn Road and along this stretch or this
Homeowners.
segment.
Homeowners.
Well, they're farms, but
They
yes.
live in the homes. I've met them during the election. So what I'm asking is, where in here does it say which land, and thank you for giving a clarification here, but it's very general, and how much land? Because I'm voting on taking somebody's
Okay.
front lawn.
How much land are we talking about? 10 feet per side? What is, can you quantify this, please?
Through the detailed design, we would identify, it's not as simple as that because of the it's not a flat, it's
We're not
not,
talking about taking an acre off O'Connor
Correct.
Farms. We're
Correct.
talking about taking a piece 10, 20 feet on each side of the existing road to accommodate the widening, the sidewalk, the path, and the road structure to widen it to 4 lanes.
correct.
Yes, but sorry, Mr. Mayor, for a point of clarification here, 20 feet on the south side of Roslyn for the 4 or 5 the homeowners, they're not landowners, they live in those houses. We are basically taking the frontage of their property, and I'm
Counselor-
asked to vote on it without specifics.
Councillor Henry, we, the town, not we, collective we, the town owns the boulevards. So the town already owns 10, 15 feet on each side of the road. Nobody's gonna be going into anybody's yard. The landowner owns up to that point. Nobody's gonna be going into anybody's yard. I imagine on the north side of the section you're talking about, which is owned by Medallion, those lands are gonna be conveyed to the town through their application process that they're in right now for site plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, to the chair and Councillor Henry, yeah, Mr. Meredith already acknowledged that from Audley towards Salem, though our acquisition of lands have already been secured through the development of those applications. From Audley to Lake Ridge, we're talking enough right-of-way width in order to accommodate the proper right-of-way width required as outlined within our official plan and supported through our various transportation and regional studies that identified the width of that road that's required through there.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm only referring from Audley to Lake Ridge.
That's right.
That's all I want to talk about here. The rest of it, I understand Medallion, I understand what they're giving up.
Well, you did
That's
start talking about people's homes and taking their
People's
backyards.
homes are from Audley to Lake Ridge. On the south side of the road, I travel it 4 times a day. There are homes there that people live in, and I want assurances that we are not looking at acquiring past the fence line of those people's property.
What I can assure you through the mayor to Councillor Henry is that we've been in conversations constantly with those property owners along the south side through our transportation and engineering group. So has operations with regards to that. When we have that design, we will be communicating that with the residents. I can't make assurances. I don't know where that fence is. I don't know where the fence is in relation to the actual property lines. That's why we're going through the design, and we'll understand at that point what the actual full take is along that swath or along that section of Rosslyn Road. But we do have some ideas, and we have been in conversations with those landowners. It's not going to be a widening right up to their front door.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm hearing on this side is,
Okay, Councillor Henry, that's enough debate on this topic. The director has answered your question, so if you have another question, please move on.
but I don't feel my question's been answered.
It has been
My
answered.
question is, to what
It's been answered
point?
very clearly, and the detailed design will be done. It will be conferred and discussed with the residents, but we just don't know at this time exactly what that is going to be.
I understand that, Mr. Mayor, but you're asking me to vote on something you don't understand what it's gonna be.
So then, if you don't support that, you're free to not vote for that portion, but we just don't have the answer that you're specifically looking for right now until that design is done.
I can't support it. I cannot support that without information.
I will point out, Roslyn Road is a regional road all the way through the entire region until it gets to Lake Ridge Road, and then it stops and becomes a local road. This road serves every purpose, all intents and purposes is a regional road. It checks every single box. We've been arguing to the region And we have, what's it called, a compatibility, or what's it called? What, a road rationalization, that's what we've done.
Yes, through the
So
mayor.
It
Yes.
absolutely is a regional road, except for it's not. It fits everything, the region should be paying this bill, and the region should be doing this, not us. But we are having to do it because for some reason, Roslyn Road, when it reaches Lake Ridge, becomes a local road, not a regional road.
I understand that, Mr. Mayor. I'm
just
well
pointing
aware of
that out
that.
for everybody in the audience too.
But it
This-
doesn't answer my question, and I'm being asked to vote on something where I will find out the details after the fact.
I don't believe there is an answer to your question for as specific as you want, but Mr. Meredith?
Just to elaborate on what Director Romanowski said is, the owners are very familiar with this process. We went through a full EA, which resulted in a preliminary design and a preferred option upon which the detailed design is being based. So the right-of-way width, the approximate location of the property lines are known. The owners are aware. This is a detailed design exercise which is common in all capital projects relating to road widenings, that land acquisition is budgeted in a certain year. This gets to the level of detail where you're creating reference plans to delineate the specific lands that are required that we would negotiate with the owners to acquire. So this is not something new that they would not be aware of. They were fully part of the EA process. They understand the general land requirements, maybe not to the foot, but probably to within a couple of meters of what the land needs are. So we're going through the detail that will specifically design so that we can create these parcels on a reference plan to have them purchased by the town of Ajax to facilitate this road project.
No, doesn't work that way. Further?
I had a conversation with the landowners by accident while canvassing. They pointed to a spot on their land and told me this would be coming up in the near future. And I said, when that time comes, I'll make that decision based on the information that comes before me, hoping that when the information came before me, I'd have a clearer answer of where exactly we're looking at acquiring land. And I'm still not seeing it. And that's disappointing to me because it's hard to represent people in a ward and make a decision on what we'll be acquiring of their property, which they clearly do not want acquired, when I don't have the information in front of me.
Councillor Henry, you're not being asked, I just clued into something here. You're not being asked to vote on anything. This is my budget, okay? You're not being asked to vote on anything. You are free to bring an amendment to this if you want to remove this, but that is the extent of it. You're not being asked to vote on this. Nobody's going to say, Councillor Henry voted to take my land away. It's my
Excellent.
budget.
Then I
brought
would like
this
to make an amendment to remove it until further information is
forward. Okay.
available.
We're not at that stage yet, so
Thank
let's
you.
get through the questions, then we'll deal with amendments at the end. Do you have any further questions?
So my other questions will be with regards to things that were removed from the budget. You let me know when that's appropriate.
Yep, go ahead.
Now?
Sure.
Okay. So my first question is to Fire Chief with regards to the fire station location study. And when I was onboarded last year in 2022, we had a meeting with regards to the future needs for the fire department. It was at that time that we had a discussion with a possible fire station, depending on the growth in Ajax, of Salem and Bailey, northeast corner. And at that time, it was mentioned that that could be a possible land location. The reason I bring this up right now is because on page 28, we are looking at, page 28 of the budget, we are looking at having an assessment done of the land that we own in the town of Ajax. So I would like the fire chief to speak to this that was removed from the budget, please. The fire station location study.
Through the chair to Councillor Henry. Thank you for the question. the fire station location study wasn't removed, it was just pushed back, first and foremost. Location study was recommended to be completed in the 2024 calendar year as per the 3-year implementation plan. In that plan, it did show areas of the community where we do have some gaps in response times in relation to the recommended 4-minute drive time from NFPA standards. However, notwithstanding that, things are advancing pretty quickly on the technology front, and fire staff will be having further discussions with technology and innovation staff in relation to software solutions that are coming available that may expedite the completion of this project in a more efficient manner.
Excellent, that's a great answer. Thank you very much. With regards to, and maybe you can speak to, give me 1 minute here. Yeah, I need you again. So with regards to what was removed from the budget, which is the fire station number 1 kitchen renovation construction, I would like to speak to that because unless the study that would have been done this year that's been pushed to 2026 was to show that we were moving a station, which clearly we're not, why are we pushing back the maintenance of this kitchen? Because it says here, staff have maintained this equipment, however, it is now in poor condition due to the high use of the station. And my thought process here is we're looking at pushing back something right now that'll save us a few pennies, only to pay a few dollars in the coming years, because as the mayor has pointed out, when you push back any projects, you refer to concrete and other building materials. When you push anything back, the cost of it only goes higher. So why are we pushing that back, can I ask?
I can answer that.
Thank you.
I looked at it. I decided it wasn't a need, it was a want, and I moved it out.
Sorry, when you say you looked at it, Mr. Mayor, you looked at the data sheet or you looked at the kitchen?
I looked at the data sheet, read the information, and made a decision.
Understood. You pulled it out. The fire chief did not, correct?
No, I moved it.
Thank you. Traffic calming, and I think we spoke to this slightly offline a few minutes ago, and I just want to confirm. I asked that the traffic calming be kept in the budget. That is page, oh, sorry, it's not, there's no page. So traffic calming on town roads 2025 to 2033, and it's been taken out for 2024. So what happens, and I understand your thought process, and I do agree with you, with the, the ASE machines that we have and using them longer time periods during the day and using them more frequently. Your whole thought process and that makes total sense to me. My question is, with regards to this, what happens to 2024 and all the residential complaints that I had that Mr. Pandia answered and had traffic calming measures put in place that would be going out in 2024? What happens to them? Are they all gone now? Are they not going to happen? And what happens to ones that are taken away for the winter, like on Williamson, and then re-put in place once the nice weather comes? Are they not going to happen?
Okay, so the question is, existing projects that may have been approved and ready to go for 2024, what happens with this change to those projects?
Through the chair to...
And are there any?
There are no projects.
Okay, that was where I was going.
The only projects that exist are the ones, are existing traffic calming areas. That's it.
Yeah.
So what happens to that? Do they come back for like the ones?
There are no new projects for 2024, so nothing was canceled. Any that are existing continue.
They continue
We're
on.
not taking anything out.
And there'll be nothing for 2024.
I will point out, part of the process, you touched on the automatic speed enforcement. This council, in June, I think it was, made a change and added 12 more community safety zones, so we expanded that. And at the same time, the Joint Processing Center, which in the past limited us to 2,000 tickets per year, has now said they have capacity of 10,000 tickets per year. We currently run our machines 2 hours a day. That means we can increase them to 10 hours a day. It is 40% effective, 42% exactly, I believe, in reducing speed. It's the only thing I've seen in my 21 years here that works, because no traffic calming is very effective other than this. I'll also point out our AMP system that's coming, where we're going to be able to use these internally. So a few different items are happening here. We're increasing the amount of time our cameras run, because we're paying for them 24/7, but we can only use them 2 hours a day. We're increasing that to 10 hours a day, 500% increase. We're going to be rotating them further around the town. That is coming. That's a change that I'll have coming in at maybe the January 29th meeting for council to review. And finally, we're bringing that processing inside through our AMPS program. So it's no longer dealt with at the region of Durham. So we'll actually start receiving the revenue from these, because right now we receive no revenue from the existing. We need to give those changes some time to sort of ferment a little bit and to work and see what the results are. And that's why I bumped out the traffic calming. It's ineffective. It takes our staff's time away from something that we know is effective. I want to give it 2 years to look at the process and the changes we're making this year and see if they work. And that's why, and finally, 2 other councillors got back to me during the consultation process and asked that I put it back in for 2026 rather than just remove it completely. And I have an amendment that's already here that we'll be bringing, that the 100,000 for traffic calming be added to the long-range capital forecast starting 2026. That was Councillors Crawford and Tyler Moore.
Yes, I also emailed you last week about this.
So that is coming back, but the 2-year gap is to give that time to see what the effects are of the changes we're making.
And just to clarify, how often will these machines be rotated? You said more frequently than before.
Is it being reduced from 3 months to 2 months? Director McClarty.
Nice sound. Through the mayor, you have a motion coming forward on January 29th that will deal with these pieces, including increasing the hours, looking at other ASC roads, and looking at the current speed boards that we have and how we can repurpose those onto the local roads.
That's the second part. The speed boards don't have to be beside the automatic speed enforcement. So the 12 speed boards we have, approximately, we'll be able to relocate to other areas. They have some effect, the speed boards, but it's much less than the automatic speed enforcement. So for all these reasons, that's why this was here.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. I would have liked that you put it in the 2025 budget instead of 2026. But I do understand your reasoning for it. So thank you for the explanation of that. There's one thing that I wanted to go back to.
Before you do,
Yes.
Director Romanowski has those numbers you were asking for about the Roslyn winding.
Oh, thank you.
If you'd like to hear them.
I would actually, thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Henry. It looks like along the north side, the maximum that we would be taking would be 5.9 meters. Along the south, it kind of ranges. The most we're taking is close to the intersection, because there's intersection improvements that need to be done. That's about 8.7 meters.
How many feet is that?
Pardon me?
How many feet is that?
Oh my God, I don't know.
I
About
apologize.
just over 25 feet, almost 30 feet. Yeah, 7.5 meters, just for your reference, is 25 feet. So use that, adjust up and down depending on what the exchange rate is.
28.54.
Yeah, there you go. And then other than that big distance, we're ranging between 2 meters and 5 meters on the south side. And these are taken from our preliminary detailed design sheet and our EA document.
2 meters and 5 meters, you said?
Between 2 to 5. Oh, pardon me, 2 on the north, 5.1 on the south. I can follow up in an email with these numbers for you so you have them.
It's not that. I guess what I'm asking is why we're taking more from the south where people are living than to the north where the farms are, where there's extra room. And I guess that's a design.
All I can speak to is it must be designed. There might be some constraints and some other things that cause the road, an imbalance in the widening. It's not a perfect scenario all the time when you're going through these corridors.
Understood. So 3 meters at the top end is just under 10 feet, correct?
3 is 10.
And that's the most we'll be taking from the south side.
No. Let's just go over this again, just so
Sorry.
that we're making sure that we're using all the right numbers.
Yes.
Upwards to 5.9 on the north.
Yes.
Looks like a maximum of 8.7 at the south, on the south side at the east end towards Lake Ridge and Rossland.
Yes.
And then further west, less than 2 meters on the north and 5.1 on the south. We're also incorporating a multi-use trail on the south side and a sidewalk on the north side. So that's part of the reasoning probably for the more widening on the south side to accommodate our 3 meter wide trail and appropriate buffering, etc.
So that's just under 17 feet at minimum on the south.
Maximum.
Minimum, I'm talking about the 5.1 meters on the south side, which is 17 feet.
That's a maximum.
Maximum. And 28 feet near the corner of Lake Ridge and Roslyn on the southwest corner. Correct?
Correct. And yeah, probably because we need right-hand turn taper lanes there. Right now, it's just a single lane on our side.
Correct.
Of Lake Ridge. So
It's
you're
a
going to
mess
factor in
there.
right-hand, like the tapers to kind of match what Whitby's done on their side of Roslyn Road.
100%.
So if we can envision those kind of improvements.
It's needed. It's a hot mess there. Thank you. And with that, I won't make an amendment. So thank you for that, for the clarification. That was needed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further?
Yes, I have one more.
Okay.
This is not from what you pulled, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. I want to go back to page 28 if I can, quickly. Page 28, which is publicly owned land inventory. And I've spoke to that a few times within my questions today. And the reason I'm noticing this is in 2024 for $50,000. All work is to be scheduled in 2024. When is this coming before council to show us what lands owned by all levels of government and other public bodies to find future opportunities to develop housing and contribute to affordable housing unit inventory in Ajax?
Through the chair, the goal right now is to have this move forward in 2024, but it's based on receiving our half funding that we applied for. So this project is under that umbrella.
Under the HAF funding?
Exactly.
Oh, I understand. So any land that we would look at selling would again come before a public meeting before this council prior to doing so, correct?
Of course.
All right, that's all I had for that. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I am concluded.
Are we talking about the publicly owned land inventory?
Yes.
I don't believe that's anything to do with us selling. It's a matter of identifying areas where we can look into other types of housing.
Well, it says here that the framework initiated discussion with partners to unlock potential on their lands or encourage them to enter into private partnerships. And I'm just wondering, the work of the body,
Correct, but
Metrolinx.
it's not our land to sell, so it would be completely up to the landowners whether they entered into and wanted to work with us on helping to move things forward with regards to housing.
The last part says to identify surplus publicly owned land and or utilize properties that may be suitable for affordable housing. So I would assume that's our land, publicly owned land.
I believe that's a separate thing that we're looking into, Ms. McClarty.
Through the chair, it's actually a combination. So the first piece of the puzzle is to get an inventory. of all lands. This is what we're talking about, to see what's available. And from there, there might not be town. It might be working in partnership with some other levels of government. First list, the first priority is to get the list first.
Anything further?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, you're next. Hit it again. There we go. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, I have a question around the Harwood multi-use trail. My understanding is we approved that in 2021. Why has it taken so long to come to us?
For the design.
For the design purpose.
There was, sorry, through the mayor to Regional Councillor Crawford, there was a resolution from 2021 from council. It did not reach the 2022 budget. It was approved in 2023 as a capital project. So we did not have funding until 2023 from a budgeting perspective. We put it into our work plan, and it was intended that it would start the second half of 2023. So it's gone as planned, although council's resolution, and then how it proceeds to be budgeted and funded. So, but you're correct. The original resolution was in 2021. But then it's subject to the budget approval process, which started in 2023.
Okay. As far as the parking study for the Pickering Village, I would hope that when we are looking at the recreation master plan and that whole development there, that we would be looking at municipal parking possibly underground. We have nowhere in the town where we actually have municipal parking, and I think that's a perfect location due to the lack of parking in the village and the amenities that are going to be put in there. So I would hope that that would be considered. Just a comment, sorry, Mr. Mayor. My question is around the widening of Roslyn, and only because of the purpose of, so that goes, do you need the number? Do you need the number? It's 102-8611. And also then 102-9011. So the first part is Salem to Lake Ridge Road. And did I understand that the 2024 is the EA process only?
2024 was starting the land acquisition.
That was the
We've
land
already
acquisition.
started and awarded the detailed design.
How much of that project, both sections, do we anticipate to be covered through DC? Because this is not including, this is the estimated cost of the entire project.
Approximately 70% of the costs are covered through development charges.
70%. So that is, so what we're seeing here in the budget is the actual cost had we not had DC charges. Is that correct? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, the detail sheet you can see at the bottom, it splits the funding.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get clarification.
Okay.
Just because of the questions that were earlier. So we're expecting that 70% of this will be covered under DC.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I actually think those were my only two questions. Yeah, I think that's it.
Just
Thank
on
you.
on your first one with regards to the Lower Harwood, Mr. Meredith, so since this was budgeted in 23 but didn't happen in 2023, you have to resubmit for 2024, but it's really the same money?
We already have the funding. Actually, the 24 money is just construction. We have the money for the design, correct?
Got it, thank you. Last on my speaker list, Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Your Worship. My first question is in regards to item number 240-03701, repurposed vehicles, the 3500 series stake trucks, beautiful trucks. I think Mayor Collier and I had a motion, I should have it in front of me and I don't. In regards to the mileage on those trucks, through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, Mr. Meredith probably, were those trucks that we're replacing at 100,000 or more in kilometers? Do you know that, or is that way too detailed?
I would say there's a variety of factors that go into determining the replacement. It's not strictly age-based, obviously, or kilometers. It's the costs associated with their actual condition in terms of how they're used within the fleet. We do understand the historical maintenance costs that we've received sort of in the last couple of years, and we would know sort of the anticipated maintenance costs associated with each of those vehicles, so that to a large extent they are condition-based as opposed to age-based decisions that we are making as it relates to fleet replacement. So when you look at these particular vehicles, they are past the replacement date. They are receiving significant costs from a maintenance perspective, and that's the reason that they are being recommended for replacement.
Okay, so would you think that the condition starts to deteriorate around 100,000, or do you see it sometimes earlier? I think maybe you just said that, like a 60,000. And I understand that it can be used much heavier, harder workload in the engine and everything else. But you don't know if most of them were at 100,000.
I can't speak to the specific kilometers. What I will speak to is the management of the fleet itself. So if you've got a particular class of vehicle, we have a tendency to change its function from year to year so that you are extending the life, that it may not be utilized in a heavier duty capacity for the extended time of its life. It may serve that purpose in 1 year, but the following year it then may serve another function, so that we are looking to extend the life of each vehicle.
Okay, good to hear.
I'll just add, I had the fleet manager, Mr. Glue, in my office and grilled him for a good hour on every single vehicle.
Okay.
And understand, all these vehicles operate within the town of Ajax. There's no highway driving, so they are start, stops, and even the plow trucks, it's very, very heavy use. I would suggest that none of them are ever going to see 100,000 kilometers. However, they would show significantly more wear and tear and use than a highway vehicle with 150,000 kilometers, just because of the nature of their use within the town.
Orange and apples. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and you can see some of the ones decommissioned in service. What he explained to me is they do sometimes, I'll call it scavenge a little bit from one to do another to keep things going. So there is a little bit of a number of things going on here.
Yeah.
But when they get to a point where the annual maintenance is just really not worth it, it makes sense to replace.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. My next question through you, Mr. Mayor, the St. Andrews Community Center Gym Revitalization, which is project number 24003101. I see that we have for 2025, so I don't want to go too long here on that item, but $200,000 for design. Is that facility right now being used regularly and is okay and handling the programs, kind of?
I would say, yes, the facility is being very well used. As I'd mentioned earlier, through the Rec and Parks Master Plan, it was identified to look at St. Andrews from a long-term investment perspective, which is why we're completing the feasibility study. In all honesty, having the detailed design in 2025 makes sense because we still have to present the feasibility study to council. That feasibility study will provide an order of magnitude with respect to future costs. So council will see the feasibility study, the potential costs before they're awarding a detailed design. So council will have the information in advance of that decision.
Yeah, I just wish it didn't cost $200,000 to find out how much it's going to cost. But
so the 200,000 is retaining an architect, doing a detailed design, doing building permit drawings.
Okay, so
that is
it's design as well.
That's what the project is. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to misrepresent that. Quickly, in regards to item number 230700002, St. Catherine Sienna Park retrofit. Very happy to see that got moved up. Thank you very much. By a year, which means a lot to myself and the residents. It's quite a price tag at $625,000, and I understand it's not just about replacing slides and swings, because when you look at it, is that number locked? So if we're here in a year, and it's a big number, and hopefully it stays the same, or can we, as I think Councillor Lee might have said, a la carte, where we say, okay, the path is okay, but let's go for the replacement of the actual swings and slides and what have you, or is that number locked for that entire project? Is this something we could look at splitting up if we have to ensure that it's done in 2025?
Through the mayor, so for the $2,025, the number would not be locked. What I would suggest, based on the questions from Regional Councillor Lee earlier, is that we at a staff level could initiate the public consultation with respect to design in 2024. If we have that public consultation and design complete in advance of the summer of this year, we have a more detailed cost estimate for 2025. And I think how we referenced moving forward in terms of utilizing provisional items in some of our park components is something that we will think about. Some of these assets are, from an asset management perspective, requiring replacement, whether it's the trail, the lighting, and the playground, which are the three key components to this project.
Yep.
But we will be able to, and we would next year be updating the cost. So yeah, it's not set in stone at this point in time.
Okay, my next question, and I only have two more, Mr. Mayor, is it may be in here, but I haven't been able to find it, but our signs that are on the corner of Westney Road and Kingston Road, at the fire station, at Town Hall, are electronic signs. We've been kind of talking about that for a number of years now. They've been out of commission for a number of years. Is it, there it is. Or is it? I'm just wondering if there's anything in this budget in regards to, is that what we're looking at?
So
No.
Is that it?
The electronic signs, the 4 electronic signs, this council made an in-year budget decision. So we are upgrading the digital sign at Harwood Avenue. We're replacing the digital signs with fixed backlit facial signs at the other 3 locations. So that is in process. We've got a consultant retained. We're working through the permit process.
Residents will see that spring-ish?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And my last point, I wanted to make one because it's very important to us, is traffic calming. I'm really happy to see that the existing projects are still going to continue. I'm happy to see that the speed boards are going to be a thing as well, the AC, and also that new traffic calming will be coming back in 2026. Just wanted to say that. Thank you for that. Those are my questions and comments.
I'll just clarify one item, Councillor Tyler Moore, and item number 230700002, St. Catherine Sienna Park Retro, it wasn't moved, it was in 2025, and it's still in 2025. No, I just looked back at my draft, I didn't move it.
Okay.
Yep, that's the year it was in when we started. Okay, anything further? Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier, and I apologize in advance that I'm looking at an item that's in the 2027 plus forecast. Just a quick question for clarification.
Very quick.
Because of immediate impact to the area. Page 407, and it's item 2909-0310. Crothers Trail, Shoal Point, Mayor Crescent. I just would like to confirm, does that include the area between Callender and Salt, that due to recent bus cancellations by Durham Region Transit, it's anticipated that that trail will be impacted greatly with much higher use. So there could be maintenance that needs to happen sooner versus later. So I want to confirm, is that the right item that I'm talking about? And if funding needs to be moved forward, it can be if it becomes a priority in that area.
Can we get the detail sheet? Is it? Oh, it's,
My apologies, Director Meredith, it just came up during discussion.
It is the trail connection, sort of going up the west sides. It goes south of Salt. There also is a pedestrian connection planned from the east side of Duffins Creek to the west side that would take you from Shoal Point to Pickering Beach Road. So right now there is no pedestrian crossing of Crothers Creek, but that is a project that's within that general time frame as well.
Okay, so it does cover that section of the trail?
Yes, it does.
And if there's immediate impact due to the bus cancellations there, we can look at that.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Collier.
Bus routes could come and go in that area a few more times in the next 5 years, so we'll see. Anybody else with questions before we move to amendments? Seeing, hearing none. Do we have any amendments other than the two that I have before me already, which is the adding in the 100,000 for traffic calming and the capital budget item older adult operating model analysis? Seeing none. I have a motion, and I'll put this moved by Councillor Crawford, since you contacted me, that 100,000 for traffic calming be added to the long-range capital forecast starting in 2026. So this is just moving it, is this moving it forward or putting it back in? Putting it back in, okay. Questions or comments? I don't have a problem with this. Please vote, open the vote. The second, and the clerk has the wording for this. I'm sure that'll pass. That passed. Thank you. And the clerk has the wording for this. I'll just read it. Capital budget amendment moved by myself that capital budget item 24001-201, the older adult operating model analysis, be moved from 2025 to 2024. That is a $90,000 study that goes in line, which I didn't realize prior, with the other work that we've already been doing and is an important piece. Questions? Nope. Those in favor, please vote. Pardon? I don't know. I'm doing it this way. This is new. We're kind of making it up as we go. That's the way I'm choosing to do it, so we're going to do it. Madam Clerk, have we covered everything?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so it is now 12:02. Wow, look at that. I'm only 3 minutes off. So let's take 45 minutes. Is that good for lunch? Is that what's planned? What's planned, Christy?
It's at your discretion. It could be 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
All right, let's because Jeff needs to get to Buffalo. Let's do 30 minutes and get back here and do the operating after lunch. Thank you. It's 12:32. Call this meeting back to order. Moving on to the operating budget, starting up with operating budget presentation, Diane Valentim, Director of Finance Treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier, members of council, staff, and members of the public. I'm here to present the operating budget for 2024. The operating budget framework, the town is required by provincial law to have a balanced budget whereby the revenues are equal to expenditures. The town can do this either by increasing its revenue stream, mainly through raised property taxes and fees, or reducing levels of service. There are many things as identical to the capital budget, things that inform our operating budget. Again, legislation, inflation, master plans and strategies, risk mitigation, policies, economic indicators, as well as development. All of these things feed into what is our capital budget, our operating budget, as well as our operating budget forecast. The operating budget overview has to do with money that is spent on the day-to-day expenses for program and service delivery, including items such as road and sidewalk maintenance, including our winter control, recreation parks, trails and waterfront maintenance, emergency services, library services, grass cutting and boulevard maintenance, bylaw, animal services and enforcement, as well as information technology. The budget overview consists of various 9 departments within the town. It includes the library grant, as well as any business cases that are brought forward. The 2024 operating impact, there are many pressures that have been brought forward through this budget process. They include labor agreements, the salaries and associated costs, progression of exempt compensation review. As indicated, there is an offset from our stabilization reserve to phase this in over a 3-year period. Provincial impact on the local levy, so these are direct items, one specific item direct in our operating budget that has to do with provincial download. Annualization of our 2023 business cases, fire dispatch outsourcing, our continuation of migration to Office 365, annual renewal of IT maintenance subscriptions, and our commitment, town's commitment and council's commitment to the infrastructure levy. Other operating impacts include some revenue reductions in the planning and development area, as well as a change in our recreation programming, primarily in aquatics, where there will be an impact to the revenues that the town collects for this programming. Some of the operating budget reductions that we've been able to incorporate in this budget have to do with an increase in our user fees and the introduction of a new transportation bylaw. So we've been able to increase the revenues by $415,100. We increased the penalty and interest revenue in the budget, and this is just to line up with what we're actually seeing in our actual collections. And we've increased our gapping for in-year vacancies. We've taken a percentage approach. We looked at our actuals, but we're also taking a percentage of our actual salaries and incorporating this as gapping. So it actually results in a decrease to the budget. The operating budget business cases in this budget include 13 new full-time positions, which includes, as I mentioned, the provincial impact on the local levy. So one position that the duties are being downloaded from the province, but directly from the region. And we have 10 conversions from part-time to full-time and an increased level of service for contracted security. There's been a lot of discussions about Bill 23 and the changes to development charges. I'm just here to mention to Council, we did not build anything into this budget at this time, reflecting any revenue assumptions built from Bill 23. We are monitoring, but the town is not actually, we haven't reflected anything because we haven't, there hasn't been any revenue loss at this particular point in time, but we are monitoring it. The budget itself was just a graphical representation of our operating expenditures by source. 60% is accounted for wages and benefits. We've got about 10.6% for reserve allocations, 6.7% contracted services, almost 3% for vehicles and equipment maintenance, as well as communications and technology. Again, revenue source, it just shows where the funding for our budget, where it's coming from. 78%, this is slightly less than last year where we were at 80% for taxation revenue. We're at 78.4. This has been reflected on our stormwater fee as well as our user fees. Just for residents, just to be aware, the town does issue property tax bills, and we do collect property taxes on behalf of the region and the provincial government for education. Of a residential tax bill, only 32.5% of that funding that we collect, that residents pay, is kept by the town and used for our operating budget. The base budget from this budget, we've identified within the document various drivers, so inflation, one-time changes, growth-related, new. We've also included assessment growth in this. The base impact to the budget is almost $5.7 million, or 6.5%. The actual impact to the tax bill of this increase is 2.11%. Built on top of that are the business cases, and we've broken them down by positions, the provincial impact of local levy position, as well as the increased level of service for security contracts. Total business cases in this budget amount to just over $1 million and account for 1.17% or 0.38% of the tax bill impact. Numerically, these are just the figures which would reiterate. So our expenditures are about the 2024 budget, $133 million in our budget. Revenues, $38 million for the amount to be raised by taxation will be about $94 million. Property tax rate impact. So this would be what the residential tax bill would be reflective. At this point in time, the region of Durham has not moved forward with their budget. They, I believe, will be going forward sometime in March. This was the latest estimate that we had seen as a region increase of 7%. Whoops. So the 2.49% is the town of Ajax tax bill impact, the region being 3.82 and a total blended rate of 6.31. Now the average assessed home of $493,000, which is provided to the town annually by MPAC, shows that the annual monthly increase to the average residential taxpayer would be $30.69 per month. And Mr. Mayor and members of council, that is my operating budget presentation.
Thank you, Treasurer Valentin. I don't see anybody in the speaking box just yet, so I just have a quick question. Not a question. Can you just restate, you said our, 4 slides ago, our base budget at 6.5. And in my opening remarks, I talked about inflationary pressures. Can you just tell me what our starting point was this year based on annualization of salaries from last budget, based on collective agreements, everything else? What was our starting point this year?
So Mr. Mayor, the base budget, the one that we'd started with, we looked at 6.5%. That includes the cost of living adjustments, that includes a compensation review that was done, that council approved. It includes the outsourcing of fire communication and the related impacts to that. So all in all, the base budget here, we're about 6.5%.
Okay, just I want to make that very important part known, because that's our starting point before we make any changes to this budget whatsoever, just to keep doing what we were doing last year based on the situation that we're in today and the environment and the economy that we're in today.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Henry.
Yes, thank you. One quick question. If you could go back to the last slide, I believe where it showed the breakdown there. So Sorry, can we move that little box on the screen from the right over? Thank you. So just to, for the folks at home, when we're talking about the tax rate, and you said the average cost onto the average home would be $30.69 a month. Just to clarify, we were talking about not what your home is worth when you go to sell it, but it's what your house is assessed at.
Right.
Correct, through impact. So it's through that statement alone. And I just want to make that clarification to folks that are watching at home, because a lot of times I'll get emails or phone calls saying, well, my house is, 1 point something million and da-da-da-da. And I'm like, but that's not what we're talking about. That's not how the tax bill will come to you. It will come on your assessed value through impact.
Correct. And the assessments have not been done since 2016. So they are based on 2016 values. So if anyone has had a reassessment, it's likely due to construction or renovations in their house or a tax class change. But for the most part, that's why MPAC provides us with that valuation, that assessment value, because it's not market value.
Correct. And just to clarify, when you say we have not had an assessment since 2016, are you referring to the whole of Ajax or north versus south?
Through the mayor, province-wide. There's not been a reassessment done in Ontario since 2016.
I know it seems like a silly question why I asked you that, but there was some misinformation on social media recently in one of the groups, and I just wanted to make sure that was out there. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anybody else in the speaker box, so there are no further questions. Oh, no, we're not, I don't think we do from the public at this point just yet. I see Mr. Baker, but Mr. Baker, if you're listening, we will get to you when we get to the public section. Thank you, Ms. Valentin. We are at the public comments and questions, but we'll go to those in the audience first. So Mr. Glass, looks like your hand is up, and then we'll come to you, Mr. Baker.
There are some copies there on my chair. The lady there had asked me. Can I also submit some more documents? I've added a few extra copies for additional members. I might not have for everyone yet. Oh, sorry. Just this button. Hi. We meet again. Hi.
Done.
Right. I want to talk about proportionality in my presentation. First, I want to go back very briefly to the capital budget. We have 10-year advanced numbers, and as I spoke, we see how scary those numbers look. But from an operations standpoint, we only have this year's number, and we know as we add on the capital side, we're going to need to add staffing and everything else on the operational side. So I am curious to see that information. But proportionality, number one, the actual town operating expenses. This isn't the one by property taxes. This is the total, the big kahuna. Since from 2024 to 2019, it's gone up almost 52%. Again, I mentioned this before, our population has gone up 10.6%, a disproportionate amount of money relative to the people that are serviced by these budgets. Number two, wages and benefits now approach 74.8 million when it was 47.1, a 59% increase with a population increase of 10.8%, disproportionate. I don't know what has happened. I want to be a part of that group. Actual operating budget, I won't speak to that, but it's up 36%, so clearly some of the secondary funding and all of that is offsetting that, but it's still quite huge relative to the population growth. I'm looking at added staff costs for this fiscal year of almost $2 million in 25 headcount, whether it's conversions from part-time to full-time, whatever, 25. We spent, the town, over $10 million over the last 6 years, adding 130 new people. Just going back through the budgets, Look at what, like, we're growing like we're Mississauga, but we're basically not. So there's a disproportionate amount of spending here, not only on the capital budget that's to come, but operationally, proportionally over the last number of years. And we don't know what the operating budgets are going to be in 2025, 2026, 27. They're going to be significantly higher than they are now because we see what's going on with all the capital. We need to accommodate all these new things. We're going to need bylaw officers. We're going to need more speed traps. We're going to need more facilities for all these people to play pickleball. We're going to need all of this kind of stuff, which is great, but it's not sustainable. So I think you need to really, really, really reflect. And here's what I proposed. You need to reduce the operating budget in 2024 and beyond. Instead of growing by 7.7% in 2024, I strongly suggest that you reduce this to 3%. Again, like I said in the capital budget, and for the foreseeable future. This would bring the 2024 operating budget to $90 million. So you need to find a way to cut $4.2 million from your proposed budget, right? And that's just the property tax portion. You could probably do more on the overall portion. And I just talked about staffing. As a guy in business, when times are tough, you have a hiring freeze. Why can't we impose a hiring freeze? We can't just keep adding 25 and 36 and 19 and 19 and 28 staff year over year. It's just not sustainable, right? So if you freeze that 1.9, you're halfway there to your budget. I'm helping you guys. I'm trying to give you guys some ideas, right? So tough decisions, again, need to be made, but the residents cannot sustain this, especially when we don't know what is ahead. What is ahead in the future, given all the capital expenditures. Again, we're not Mississauga, and I hate to do this, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your service and stuff, and I'm not trying to embarrass you or anything like that. Sometimes I feel like I'm being sort of talked down. This is what it is, and so on. You don't even own a home in Ajax. You don't pay property taxes directly, right? So you have no vested interest to manage these costs. I know you have strong mayor powers, and you're going to, I can sense it in there's frustration. And this group here needs to challenge that group more. We can't do it anymore, okay? We can't, period. I reserve my time because there are 2 seconds. Thank you.
Well, before I open up to the floor, I'll address some of your questions like I did before, and I'll start with your last comment. I mean, I find that extremely disrespectful, not to me, but to every person that rents a home in Ajax and rents an apartment or rents a property. Absolutely, renters pay property tax through their rent. I don't know how you're not aware of that, but that simple fact boggles my mind that you're not aware of that.
Oh, okay.
So, sorry if you find that comment disrespectful, but that was ignorant.
No, it wasn't.
Ignorant. And I've never used that word in this chamber.
Okay.
Ignorant. And absolutely irrelevant to what we're talking about today.
How
My
is it not
personal
irrelevant?
financial decisions are no business of yours or anybody else's, and I won't tolerate it.
Tell me how it's not relevant.
Absolutely irrelevant. To the questions, you know, you've come up with these numbers. Of the 25 people we're hiring this year, 12 are firefighters. Would you suggest we don't hire enough firefighters to be able to handle emergencies in Ajax?
Are these above and beyond what we have now?
Absolutely.
Right. So, where's,
Have you read the fire master plan, sir?
we have to make choices.
Have you read the fire master plan?
No, I haven't gone through it in detail, but
we don't do these things for fun. We
Okay.
do these because I'm not an expert. Nobody here is an expert, perhaps the chief. We go to outside sources and consultants to do these for us. And these are what they recommend in order to keep Ajax residents safe. And if you speak to Ajax professional firefighters, you'll hear that this is not even close to what we should be having. We determine the level of service in this town, and that's what we are doing from our fire master plan. That's one example. I spoke earlier, and Councilor Lee brought it up, about past councils, which I was a part of, and I will take full ownership of this. In 2012, there's a fire master plan done that was ignored. Nothing was done in it. Nothing. So when we started and we redid our master plan in 2019, we had a lot of catching up to do. We hired 22 new firefighters that I don't know how many millions that cost, because we had to. I can't just put my head in the ground or, you know, close my eyes and say, we're not going to do this because we didn't do it in past councils. I was not aware that it wasn't acted on, but I'm sure aware now, and we are doing what we need to do to meet those. So that's one of your suggestions. I would suggest that nobody would support you on that. I certainly won't, and I have no problem. This is my budget, and if people want to criticize me on hiring firefighters to keep Ajax residents safe, I have no problem with that.
Go ahead.
We've also undergone significant growth and increased service levels in a number of areas, like snow plowing. We had a lot of complaints about people sometimes, especially when we have back-to-back storms, about, you know, we clear the major roads, then provincial legislation says we have to send our people home for it's either 8 hours rest or whatever it is before we can bring them back. I'm sure residents would really complain, and I would too, if we kept double staff around, just sitting around twiddling their thumbs when it's not snowing so we could fill that gap. But if we have a back-to-back snowstorm, it puts us in a situation where the inside roads, the roads that, like what I live on and probably what you live on, don't get done for 2 days, maybe 3. So we increase service levels in that area in order, that has a cost. And that requires people and vehicles and resources, and it has ongoing costs. The senior snow removal program is another one where we increase service levels in order to get those to meet demand, because it was taking up to 36 hours and we can now do it in, sorry, it was taking 36, we now do it, Dave doesn't want me to say 24, 48, because there's changes. We have had, as the town grows, we have to grow with it. I talked about the costs capital-wise. You know full well that if you go fill your car up with gas, it costs you double what it cost you probably in 2019. It does for me. It's gone up considerably. For instance, insurance, labor, everything. We have unionized staff, collective agreements. You heard our director say we started at 6.5%. That's if we did nothing this year that we didn't do last year, 6.5%. And we brought in less than a 1% increase to do all the things that you mentioned. So I'm not going to debate you. Those are my comments on what you've said. I feel that there's some misunderstanding here. Okay, you'll disagree, and I respect we'll respectfully agree to disagree. I did have a question in there, so I'm fine. Councillor Lee, you are next.
Thank you, Chair. I think you did a pretty good job outlining some of the key expenses that we as a council have had to approve, and not lightly. One you failed to mention was our IT master plan. And you only have to go through the internet, a quick browse, to see the number of cities that have been under cyber attacks and the number of costs to either pay the ransom or pay for recovery. So if we didn't invest in the bodies for IT, and we, for example, were hit by a $60 million cyber attack, we would be criticized for that, of not spending enough for IT. We are in the unenviable position of making impossible decisions with the best information we have from the best staff we have that works for the tax base. I get it. We all pay property taxes through the mayor's, one way or the other, and it is not easy for us to make these decisions. But ultimately, any decision made benefits the greatest number of people. A good example is we added lifeguards to this budget. You would say, oh, that is absolutely a want to have, not a need to have. Well, any parent who registers their kid for swimming lessons knows that it's the Hunger Games. You have 8 a.m. on the date it's registered, and then if you have 2 kids, one of them's getting swimming lessons, the other one's not. We are now expanding our ability to provide swimming lessons.
How are we doing it now, though?
I'm sorry?
How are we providing those services now?
We're not.
We're not providing lifeguard services to people who want to
So it's just
enroll?
like, for example, if you don't register in time and you're in the back of the queue again, then you don't get swimming lessons. And again, that is a really base service that I think the town should provide. I don't know if you had kids or not. My kid goes to swimming lessons, and yeah, I thankfully only have one. I have to register the one. So expanding swimming service is necessary. Expanding park cleanups is necessary. Expanding arborists, I'm going to get Dave to explain what they are, but I guarantee you they are absolutely necessary. Same as expanding security services across the town with our growing unsheltered population. So I don't take this lightly, but I just, just to say, oh, we should make it 2.1% without really looking at the budgetary pressures we are encountering, it's very easy. Why don't you just say 0%? You know, we are trying our best right now, and I think we're doing a pretty good job, especially in lieu of other municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
The budget manager did say that options are either to increase property taxes or decrease services. So if we have to, at a tough time, decrease some services and make difficult choices, this residents of Ajax will support you on that if you map that out. We're just keep adding, and it's never going to end.
I'm just going to mention something to that, because we do it, how often do we do it? Annual or semi-annual customer satisfaction survey? We've been doing it at least 4 times since I've been here. It's every 5 years or every 3 years.
Beginning of the term and the end of the term.
Okay, so every 4 years we do a customer satisfaction survey where residents, we reach out to them and ask them. It's kind of our report card. And I absolutely disagree with you, Mr. Glass. Residents do not want to see cuts in service. Residents would rather have a service fee or a tax increase than see cuts in service, and I believe the number is 70%.
I wasn't saying a cut in service. I'm saying a moderate increase in tax rates. I'm not saying a cut in tax rates. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I just want to say that I think there's probably 3 things that residents want the most: clean parks, grass cut, and safe roads. In order for us to achieve any of that, we have to have the bodies to do it. I was part of council as a local councillor, started in 2010, and there were freezes on hiring during that time. And there were only 1, maybe 2% increases during that time as a choice by council. And everybody was happy. But the problem is that we can't keep up with the demands of safe roads, clean parks, grass cut. Because I can tell you, Mr. Glass, this summer, I got pictures every time grass wasn't cut, or if it billowed and it was too much overkill. I got pictures every time there was a weed in a playground. I got videos sent from little kids saying, Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford, can you come and get the weeds? Yeah, I did, every single time. And there isn't an election that goes by that someone doesn't say, people are speeding on my street. Those are the 3 fundamental things that people want to see in our town: safety, clean parks, grass cut. We need people to do all of those things. And as the town gets bigger, it can't sustain on freezing, on not hiring people to get it done. We have people who are retiring. We have to, that doesn't cost so much, but we still need to have, like, we increased, like they said, our seniors. They asked us, we need to get they're out of their houses faster. In order for us to do that, we had to get new vehicles, and we had to hire, I think it was 8 bodies, wasn't it? 8 part-times? Was it, Dave? 8 part-time people to do that. They still had to pay for it, but we had to get bodies to do it because we can't do it otherwise. This town requires bodies to run the town the way you want it to be run. That's all I have to say.
We heard a population of 250,000 earlier in the capital budget, projected for like 2050.
200,000.
Oh, I thought I heard 250, upwards of 251. The trajectory on that, and clean roads, and clean parks, and clean this, with staffing and everything else, is a very scary proposition. But there are no operating projections. Why don't they get presented to the public? With those staffing, or those resident projected volumes. Why isn't that story being presented in terms to people? That here's what it's going to look like if you're, as Nancy said, if you have this value of your house, and we assume just the current rate with our operating budgets to meet our capital demands and all the other servicing needs that we got, what is this looking like? I'm bucking up against $10,000, and right now I'm not getting $10,000 in value, and I don't mind subsidizing the education because somebody was helping do that for me when I was younger, right? No doubt. I get the whole, but we're gonna be a $20,000 property tax thing, you know, by then. It's
Mr.
going to be,
Glass, we're not hypothesizing here. Your question is, why don't we do a long-range forecast for operating? And I'll answer simply because it's impossible. There's no way for us to foresee what's going to happen, what government changes are going to happen, what.
but how can we do it with a
There's
capital?
just too many moving pieces. And, pardon?
How can we do it with a capital?
Because
budget?
capital isn't, it still has inflationary risk. We have to foresee it. The province tells us to do it. We used to do a 5-year, now they're telling us to do a 10-year. That's why, because we have to do it. But it doesn't change the simple fact that if we figure a road is going to cost $1 million in 2024, that it's not going to be $2 million in 2026. But we are forced to put a number on it based on today's values. There's no way for us to predict what future values are.
Okay, I don't want to belay, sorry.
Hope I've answered your questions. Councillor Henry.
Thank you. I would just like to add to what Councillor Lee said with regards to swimming instructors and some other new hires that we made this year. So a lot of the emails that I receive from North Ajax parents at the beginning of time, and like Councillor Lee said, the Hunger Games, when you have to go and register your child, within an hour, the registrations are totally filled up. And when we're saying that we're not meeting the needs here, we are not. And what's happening is those parents are now going to Whitby and having their children enrolled in swimming lessons there. We can meet that need in the town of Ajax. We just need the staff to do it. There's already a shortage of lifeguards as it is, but we need to have, when we have the opportunity, we need to hire. That also makes money back. It's not as if there's money lost to that service because parents are paying for that service and they very much want it in their hometown 5 minutes away from where they live. There has been some great new hires this year that I don't even know how we survived without these folks before they came aboard.
So my point, I totally understand. I said this in the capital budget on each of these new item proposals. Why are we not listing the savings or the revenue that we're generating from these things? We got to start actually looking at it from that perspective. Everything isn't just an expenditure, okay? If we are recouping fees because we anticipate that we're going to generate $100,000 in new registrations and servicing and stuff, then let's say that and say this is going to offset that one.
I guess up to this point we haven't, because we haven't needed to, because we know that if we hire a lifeguard, that means that folks are going to come and that class is going to fill up, and we're gonna recoup that wage for the registration, because those are busy classes. Parents are asking for this, and maybe we as council haven't communicated that to you. And I can look into that for myself moving forward. But a lot of these hires, and when you hire someone to deal with the homelessness issue, and that person that was hired was a fabulous hire. Absolutely, I don't even know how we survived without that person prior to. But that saves money in the long run for other issues that come up. So there's a give and take with these hires.
I totally get it. I hope you recognize what I'm trying to say.
I do recognize what you're trying to say.
I'm not trying to think. Yeah, I'm
I
pro
do.
firefighter. I don't want to be the guy who's, I'm just trying to say, let's do this on a proportional basis. That's all. I thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your civic engagement.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know,
trying here.
No, I appreciate it. I do really appreciate it. And
This is
I just thought of
2 weeks
something.
of effort,
Yeah,
me
I know.
going through this stuff.
I just thought of something, and I don't know if this will appease you or whoever's listening at home, but those of us that get elected in 2018, we've been at this job for 2,000 days, just under 2,000 days. So if you say, conservatively speaking, 3-4 emails a day, which is very low, it's 8,000 engagements with residents. Marilyn Crawford, Regional Councillor Crawford and I, we have nearly monthly meetings, community meetings. The reason why I'm telling you that is because we engage directly with residents on that level. And all of it is about service. It's all about snow removal. It's all about property standards. It's very rarely about what things cost. We do have those discussions as well. It's about development and all that. But most of the engagements, like 99%, are about service levels. We need bylaw to come out. We need more grass cutting. We need more stuff. Just letting you know, I'm not, saying one way or the other what that means, but just, from our perspective, that's what we see. We also pay property tax, every one of us. Like, we all own homes, we all pay. So I just wanted to give that perspective, anybody's sitting at home. And as Councillor Lee said, we all take this process extremely serious. It's not something we just, we pour through, and I think it's a responsible budget, respectfully speaking. But again, I appreciate your civic engagement, I really do.
Questions to the delegation? Hearing, seeing none. Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to speak on the operating piece of the budget? Asking a second time, third and final time. Mr. Clerk, does any member of the public listening remotely wish to speak?
Mr. Mayor, it appears that Chris Baker would like to address council.
Perfect. Mr. Baker, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. Just FYI, Easy Conference works a lot better on Microsoft Edge than it does on Google. Anyways, council members that know me know my history regarding spend, and there's been a lot of decent conversation here today. Some good explanations by Councillor Lee in particular. I also am concerned about the spend, and it's a very difficult topic, I realize. And I'm more concerned about the sustainability that Mr. Glass referenced. That's what we need to think about. And if I refer back again to what I talked about before, and also at the region meeting about the provincial involvement and downloading of things, going back to that same provincial announcement on November 28th, Toronto was getting on the novel side 400 per year. Based on our population and my sampling, it showed we'd be getting 16.6 million of that in Ajax, a big help. So proportional funding to support our taxes obviously is a great, would be a great help. Other than that, I'd like if you could pull up from the director's pitch, page 31. I think it's page 31. It's the one with the tax matrix on it. Whoops. Sorry, can you show it on my screen? So make sure you got the right one. Thank you. Up from that.
Mr. Baker, could you clarify which table you're referring to?
Yeah, the one on top of that one. The tax, yeah, that one, yes. And can you also move off the boxes off my screen? Thank you. Okay. So I've had some conversations about this display with my local councilors, regional councilor, and some people in the finance department, the director included. And thank you for those conversations. And I just want to be clear again here. 1 second, I get my notes right. So in the actual detailed budget on page 7, there's a statement that says the proposed tax rate increase for the town is 7.6%. Sorry, 7.67%, which amounts to a change of 2.49 on the average residential property tax bill. And once again, this tone gets the hair standing up in the back of my neck. In this screenshot example you got there in front of me, I totally understand the math. The tax increase year over year for the Ajax region and provincial education blended is 6.31. I get it. But because the province education is 13% with a zero increase, and the region has a higher percentage of the bill at 54.5%, Ajax is 2.49%, 32.5% of the total of 6.31. I get it. But we need to make no mistake. That 2.49%, the town of Ajax portion is 6.31%. Sorry, of the total 6.31%, year over year represents an increase of 7.6%. Does anyone disagree with that statement? And town should not be claiming a 67.5% reduction, 100 less 32.5 discount when communicating the tax increase of 7.67 due to the fact you're only 32.5% of the bill. And I if you are, you're abusing the financial facts to tell a better story, and I personally feel it's misleading. And Ajaxians should not go around understanding the tax town of Ajax increase is 2.49 and compare that to other municipalities and cities. So just really a comment there, not a question, I guess, but I just want to make sure we're telling everybody it's 767, if that's what it's going to be.
Is there anything further, Mr. Baker?
1 second. Could I ask in general as well, for the labor increase for the town, which is obviously a huge portion of the budget, I think it showed 60-some%. Cost of living increase for the average employee, what was that year over year that makes up part of that 62? Because I assume a lot of it is people getting promotions, a lot of it is new staff coming on to a full-time position in this year's budget. But for the general labor, what was the increase year over year? How many percent? Can somebody give me a rough average? So I assume it's different for different people, but just trying to get a feel for how much of the increase is for cost of living labor increase.
Okay, I've noted that. Do you have any other questions before I go to staff?
And just a comment about the reference made to the customer SAT survey every 4 years. I mean, that's a great tool, but I'm just not sure what kind of meat you can put behind it because it's such a small sample of the general public. You know, if you want to ask the public a question about how much they want to spend, maybe the time to ask that question is during some kind of referendum during the election process, where you get the more people. And I'm still, obviously, even in the election, we don't get a lot of people voting compared to the actual population, just to get some better feedback on what people really think. Do they understand what their increases are? And one other comment on Councillor Crawford's comment of explain what some of the three main things of issues you face. And of the three she mentioned, clean parks, grass cut, safety of the roads. Safety of the roads, of course, top of the line, right? But you know, getting the grass cut not on time, there's no liability there. There's no legal issue. There's no mandatory law being broken. There's no safety issue. I know it affects you as a councillor of information received, but I mean, it's not a top priority. I'm sorry. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just try and address some of these and I'll turn it over to staff. Just to your first about transparency, about the actual increase being 7.67, but it's talking about 2.49. It's, as you pointed out, page 7 of the document very clearly says our increase is 7.67. However, that's 7.67 of 32.5% because we only control 32.5%. So 7.67 of 32.5 is 2.49. Like those are, we do put that out. We don't compare, you know, Mississauga might have, and I'm making this up, I don't know what it is, 10%. I understand that's the same as our 7.67. I'm not going to say theirs is 10 and ours is 2.49. There's also a difference between others being upper and lower tier municipalities. We are a lower tier municipality, so we do have two separate pieces, being the regional and the town. So for transparency, I mean, I think we put that out fairly well and fairly publicly. I'll talk to staff if there's anything we can do to make that more clear. I'm happy to do that, but I'm sorry if you find that misleading. I think we've been pretty transparent there, but I will take note. Can you speak?
Well, in general,
sorry?
In general, I would think we agree to disagree because I don't think last year's announcement mentioned the 995 at all. It only mentioned the 32 or at the time, I guess, 31 discount. But anyways, I made my point and I asked you guys to consider that this year when you make your announcement.
So when we do our announcement this year, we will, I don't remember our announcement last year. I want to speak to just the three main issues. You might not hear about it, but guaranteed, if a summer on a Sunday, my inbox is getting filled up with pictures of overflowing garbage cans at the waterfront and those types of things if they're not picked up. I understand what you're saying. It's not like a life and death, but really that is the service level that I expect. And so that is the service level we're putting in the budget. If we disagree, that's fine, but that's the service level I expect.
I totally understand your point and your concern and the concern of the citizen, but in perspective, at the end of the day, These aren't life and death things.
No, they're not. Fair, we can agree on that. I'd like staff to please speak to the cost of living increase. It is, and our CEO will speak to it, basically, we have collective agreements, and our exempt staff, which includes staff and council, are just geared to that. So whatever the collective agreement is, that's what the exempt and the other are. But Mr. Baker, can you speak to that, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you're correct. The QP agreement for this year in particular, and last year as well, was 2%. And exempt staff, so our ununionized staff, are equal to that, as well as, and we also have our fire association as well, but we're in negotiations with them right now.
Right. And can you quickly just speak to what another municipality has done with regards to their fire contracts, and how that affects other municipalities? Seriously, it affects us. If one municipality makes a decision, which in this case I feel is ridiculous, it will affect us.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is true that, you know, all municipalities negotiate based on what their agendas are with their fire union and what's being brought forward to them. And what does happen, because they're all part of a provincial association, where one municipality may, it's the same with QP actually, if one municipality negotiates higher than, for instance, that we would be negotiating, then it causes some tension at the bargaining table, and in our case, in some cases, going to arbitration as well, which costs the taxpayer money as well. But that's part of the business.
And potentially takes the decision-making out of our hands.
Once we go to our arbitration, it takes it 100% out of our hands.
And whatever the arbitrator decides is what we pay, regardless. They don't look at what a municipality is able to pay. They just make a decision. Can you also speak to, or who would speak to, our public input and the things that we did to get public input? Perhaps that might be Director Merritt, I don't know. I know we put things out on pardon?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Public input about what? I'm sorry.
On the budget. When we put it on IMO and whatever, what do we do to get input from the public?
So we do work with communications to have an IMO page, an In My Opinion page, where we post all the budget documents, and we've posted a few new videos this year as well. We've responded to emails. We have boards that are put out on the roads, several social media blasts on our various platforms. Christy, is there anything else? No?
Yeah, I get that, and I appreciate those efforts. I mean, let's face it, the public is basically apathetic. Until they hear something, then they'll complain, right? So it's hard to get in everybody's faces and stem the tide in advance. But from whatever's going to happen, to have feedback in advance, I get that too.
Okay, Mr. Baker, you had a follow-up comment?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, a couple of members of council have talked about what they hear at the doors when they're campaigning. To me, as the CAO, that is where I get my information from. In the last election, I remember hearing afterwards, we did our debrief with members of council about what the concerns were that they had heard at the doors, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I heard during that debrief was that a number of members of council said that tax rate was not top of mind, but there were a lot of comments about how much more beautiful the town was looking, and how the garbage was cleaned up and the grass was cut. And I totally understand what Mr. Baker's saying, because people don't know what we're doing in fire services, or, you know, when we're plowing the roads at 3 o'clock in the morning and so on, but they see the things when they are in the parks, and when they are walking, you know, through the trails and so on. But anyway, the tax rate and the amount of taxes were not something that were a bone of contention that was brought up in the debrief.
That is a good point. I mean, I don't know, personally, I probably knocked on 8,000 doors in the last election. That is kind of the true report card. People do not hesitate to tell you exactly how they feel and what they feel their priorities are. So. Yeah, for
sure. But if I take an example back, I think over the past year, when we got into what's the cost for bringing on a specific item called removing the snow at the bottom of your driveway, where there's a price tag on it.
The windrow.
Yes, I think that's the sort of thing. Seeing those kind of details scares people, right? Or or helps them make a decision that maybe I don't need that kind of thing. And you don't have that kind of thing for cutting the grass type thing. But I understand that. But
Well, what was the number for that? 10%? For windrow clearing? I hope I've answered your questions, Mr. Baker.
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other delegations online? Sorry, Rob, did you have a question for Mr. Baker? I think he's gone, but you can try. Go ahead. I didn't see you, sorry. Oh, he's back.
I'm still here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baker, for your civic engagement. I always look forward to your input, and you've probably made me a better counselor because you've pushed me in areas that, anyway. So the communication, you've really prompted me to think of that, because when this meeting's over and everybody goes their separate ways, and we have a ward meeting, they talk and they say, how much is my taxes going up by? That's the basic question that they ask us. So when I look at a $7,000 a year tax rate, let's say, which is probably average-ish, probably some people, I see Director Valentim's listing. And we increase that locally 2.49%. It's about $175 a year, which is about $15 a month, if you do the really quick math. Okay, stick with me, Mr. Baker. So we add on the region portion, okay, which brings it up to maybe $30, $35 a month more per home. These are questions sounding like statements. And at that point, is it responsible for me as a counselor, any one of those counselors, say, yeah, basically your taxes are going up about $1 a day? My question through your worship to staff, maybe Ms. Valentin, is that, and is that suffice for you, Mr. Baker?
For me, if my taxes are going up for the town of Ajax portion at 7.67, that's what I want you to tell me. And if I don't like it, I will tell you. If other people don't like it, they can tell you too. And they'll have the same explanation that you gave to me and to Mr. Glass about we have choice to make and we made the choice. You voted for us, we made the choices. I understand that. But what I don't want is my neighbor telling me his tax only went up 2.49, because that's what I hear.
All right, that's why we turn it into dollars. But anyway, that's partly statement, partly question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Now, we will move on to the discussion from council. Does any member of council have any questions on the operating budget? Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. First question is to Director Meredith. Dave, what's an arborist and why do we need two of them? No, but I mean, all joking aside, I mean, I was just relating to what I previously said, but ultimately, why can't we just add one arborist? Why can't we phase in an arborist? Why is it two?
First of all, did you really want me to answer what an arborist is first?
No, it's in the details sheet. It's in the details sheet. I was being glib.
With respect to the arborists, they typically work in teams. So the implementation of one versus two, normally when municipalities or departments look to expand their service in the arborist field, it is in pairs. They operate bucket trucks. There's a lot of climbing involved. There's a lot of health and safety protocols that need to be put in place that you generally need to work as a group of two. So on that basis, that is what's being proposed. It is an outcome of our core services review that we completed earlier this year. Right now, we can take up to 6 months in terms of dealing with some of the customer service work orders that are placed upon us, and that's without any ice storms, wind storms that can take are currently two arborists out of commission to deal with customer service responses for a month or longer, depending on the nature of a storm. So just some logistical things in terms of us being able to deliver a service. We do have a gap and a deficiency in this field.
So in terms of other lakeside municipalities, Whitby, Pickering, Oshawa, how many do they have?
It's always a balance. They have, right now we just have the two arborists sort of in hand. Generally it would be double that, a municipality of our size, generally four. It depends on, it can get complicated a little bit because of what they choose to contract out. So that's what we always try and balance. We gauge this more by sort of the customer service side of things in terms of communication and engagement with our residents and what they expect. And that's really the core piece of what we're falling further and further behind in. So they also do manage our contractors, whether it's pruning, stumping, storm cleanups. When we do have to bring extra equipment and resources on hand, they will oversee those contracts as well.
We had a massive windstorm. I think it was like a year and a half to however many years ago. And I remember at the time, I think it was the arborists who had to kind of go through tree by tree to determine when the town could remove it. That's the role of the arborist, correct?
And we also did, correct, we also did expand, because we typically don't go onto private property, but during that windstorm, where there are a lot of trees that were damaged and did fall during that event, we did allow residents to bring their brush and debris to curbside. And that 2 months later, we were still, between our contractors and our arborists, we're still providing that curbside delivery and support. So that's a couple months of not necessarily dealing with customer service calls unless they're emergencies. So it's very significant in terms of, it is our number one between this and streetlights. Those are our two areas of highest work order requests.
Okay, that answers that question. My last question for you is regarding contracted security. So is this a new service? It says new service, but we currently have contracted security for downtown, correct?
Correct.
Is that going to be rolled into this, or is that on top of this?
This is really sort of a budget recognition of the service that we currently provide. So what's happened, this initiated during COVID, it did continue and has continued for the last 2 years, but we've never budgeted for it appropriately. So this is the first time that we're actually recognizing the service. We did have the discussion at senior management about the continuation of the service. We feel that it's needed and required, but we do need to budget for it and reflect it properly in our budget, which is what we're doing now.
So is this an item that, you know, the regional councillors here, we can actually, there's an opportunity to get it reimbursed by the region, correct? Will this be reimbursed by the region?
And I'm not sure if Director McClarty would want to chime in here. I don't believe these are costs that we would be looking for the region to absorb. This is a service that we are looking to provide within the downtown area from a contracted security perspective. That was, originally funded through our COVID money, but that no longer exists. So we're feeling that we need to continue with this service, but fund it from a town perspective.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then, sorry, the hours, it says 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. Again, I'm not an expert on the downtown area. I would look to my Ward 3 councillors, but wouldn't kind of later night be where we see more of the salient issue, like the more pressing issues? So wouldn't we want to change those hours? For example, it's 2 p.m. to midnight or 3 p.m. to 1 a.m.?
From the feedback that we've got, 12 to 10 seems to work. We can always look
That's
at
the sweet spot.
we can always look at the timeframes and adjust it accordingly. We've got the flexibility in the contract. If we feel the hours should be adjusted, then that's what we would look to do.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dives.
Thank you. I have a question on one of the items that was pulled from the budget, and basically that was the cultural coordinator. It was 1.0, I think, staff person, and it's third on the list there. And I guess for our Director of Recreation, now, from what I understand that, well, I know for a fact from previous years that we've always sort of been a little bit behind with staffing to promote arts and culture. But I think particularly coming out of COVID, it's very important. And we've seen an increase in people attending different events. For example, I hear that the event on Halloween, Pumpkinville, was a huge success and double what we usually get. Thousands of people, thousands. And the same's happening at Winterfest. So we've got some real interest in what culture and recreation does. But for this position in particular, and my understanding is with the Artists in Residence program that we have and the Poet Laureate program we have, we need a coordinator to coordinate those type of people that go out into the community and also attend those events. I'm also aware that, this position would always also work on the Wall of Fame, which is something that we are looking at and have been talking about for some time because that's quite labor intensive. And, you know, also I think it has benefit in revenue in that we can also create a cultural link to review locations for filming and shooting in our municipality. And that goes right into the database for the province. So I know there's probably many more things that this coordinator can do. Is it that important, or can you exist without it for another year or two?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes, thank you for your question. I think you...
Mr. Vita, just let me make a clarification. These business cases, Councillor Dyes, were put forward by staff, so obviously staff support them. The decision to remove it was mine alone, so I'm happy to answer it. But I'm sure Mr. Vita is going to say, yes, we like it and we need it. Please go ahead. I just want to make that point, that the staff have supplied these and this is their ask, but it was me that made the decision. Go ahead, Mr. Vita.
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes. So the position was a recommendation coming out of our Arts and Culture Master Plan that was approved by Council this year. And the intent of the position, as you discussed there, was to oversee a number of different cultural programs that we have yet to implement, but that were recommended through that plan, including the Artist in Residency program, the Poet Laureate program, as well as overseeing the Ultimate Ajax Wall of Fame implementation. I do have Robert Gruber, our Manager of Culture and Events, on the line. Robert, if you'd like to add any further details with respect to that position.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Yeah, and in addition to those, as Mr. Vita mentioned, there are some other sort of tasks that were identified in the Arts and Culture Plan that the cultural coordinator would be looking after. One of them would be revitalizing the Culture Link program that we had many years ago, which was a networking program for the arts and culture sector. The arts and culture sector sometimes seems to be struggling when it comes to different opportunities for networking, opportunities for employment, opportunities for ways that they can sort of showcase their art, sell their art, do their performances, things like that. So from an economic development standpoint, we were looking at revitalizing that program and providing that opportunity as well. And that coordinator would also look to then provide some opportunities where artists and performers could do extra performing and try and sell their stuff, whether that be artisan markets, different events such as that. We were also, as Mr. Vita mentioned, or actually as Regional Councillor Dyes mentioned, about the inventory of locations within Ajax. We have been successful over the past couple of years in doing some great opportunities for filming here in Ajax, but our database is not exclusive and extensive. I did take the opportunity to go onto the database just to check things out. And that will take a big process to go through all of the locations that we have that potentially could have some filming and things like that. So, and that's just all tied in with all the other sort of opportunities that Mr. Vita mentioned as well.
Thank you for the information. I appreciate that. So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to put forward an amendment for your consideration to put that back in the budget. I think that there's potential for revenue.
We're not there yet. We'll deal with amendments just after, Councillor Dyes.
Thank you.
Is that everything? Okay, Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Mayor Collier, and thank you, Regional Councillor Dyes, for speaking about that position. That's very important to me too, and I think about it as we have been talking about the population growth and wanting people to come to Ajax, wanting people to live here, and then when they are finished their hardworking day, we want them to enjoy their leisure time and family time and downtime here. But if we don't prepare that from a arts and culture perspective, we're not giving them anything to do. So I think it is very important. A follow-up question, and I'm sorry if I missed it. What is some of the work, because that Arts and Culture Master Plan has been completed, and there were many recommendations. is there work that can be started now?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, yes, there are a number of deliverables coming out of that plan that staff have already begun working on. Robert is leading an Arts and Culture Plan Steering Committee that has identified a number of the short and medium term projects that we can take a look at now. Robert, if you're still on the line, would you like to talk about some of those projects that we will be moving forward with without the position, please?
Yes, absolutely. The first, I just wanted to say, though, a number of the short-term deliverable items were sort of the responsibility of the new cultural coordinator position. That being said, though, there are some initiatives that we can work on as a committee for the Arts and Culture Plan. One of them would be to update the Art in Public Spaces plan. You'll recall that plan was supposed to be updated in 2020, and then COVID hit and we had other things on our plates to deal with. Now we're in a position with the new Arts and Culture Plan being completed that we will take a look into that. We are also looking at sort of information on how we want to develop an arts and culture brand in order to help promote arts and culture within the community. That's something that we'll be looking at, especially with our communications department. We'll be also looking to update the Ajax on the Map cultural mapping resource tool. For those of you that were around in council years ago, we did do a cultural mapping resource tool, which was very, very helpful for the town and for the residents. But unfortunately, the platform that we built it on is no longer being used. And so we will be working on updating that information and then working with GIS and technology and innovation to do another Ajax on the Map program. So those are just a few examples of things that the committee can be working on this year.
Okay, thank you. So the work can be completed, can begin. I just wanted to clarify that. I did have another question for Director Vida, and this is about the conversion of the aquatic instructors and the fitness instructors from part-time to full-time. And I have heard from some of my colleagues' comments that by doing that, we are guaranteeing that there will be positions opened up and that there will be more services delivered right away to our residents. And I want to confirm that from you because I think, you know, there's an added cost there from part-time to full-time. We're now talking about benefits and vacation days and sick days, et cetera, things that don't apply to the part-timers. And I want to make sure that we are going to see immediate impact if we do that.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bauer, thank you for that question. I'll talk about the lifeguards and swim instructors first. We've asked for conversion of hours to convert daytime lifeguarding duties to a full-time position. I'm not going to get into the specifics of the staffing challenges we see within aquatics. I think the news headlines over the last year and a half have told that story quite well, and we're certainly not immune to the types of challenges that we've seen. We're consistently recruiting for lifeguards. The majority of our lifeguard staffing contingent are students who are either in high school or university. The intent with stabilizing the staffing hours for our daytime lifeguards is we'll be less reliant on those part-time staff during the daytime hours, thereby freeing them up more so for additional lessons each session. One of the challenges we're actually having right now is the limitations we have with some part-time staffing is we've actually had to cut programs. For example, Monday afternoons at MCC, our public swim currently is not running because we don't have lifeguards to work those hours. So we are hoping that by adding the additional full-time staff during the daytime will stabilize those programs and then thereby open up some additional opportunities for swimming in the evenings where part-time staff will then be able to be better allocated.
Okay. And any comment on the fitness instructor side?
In terms of fitness, so to clarify, the conversions in fitness are a conversion of full hours that we are already working to supervise the fitness centers to a full-time position. Fitness, like a lot of areas within recreation, as it's grown along with the town over the years, there's been some philosophical decisions in the past made to staff that area solely with part-time staff. So we don't have any full-time staff working right in the fitness centers. They're all part-time staff. What we see is those staff are working 3 and 4 part-time jobs at various municipalities. Since I've been in this meeting just now, I've gotten requests to replace several part-time staff. We see a lot of turnover in those areas. So again, we're hoping to stabilize the staffing contingent within fitness as well, provide stable staff during daytime hours. We feel that by doing so, we'll be able to retain our staff better and thereby provide a better level of service for our customers as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess my final question is along the same lines for the new positions in planning. Sorry, should have pulled it up.
Bauer?
Yes.
I had to sit down with Mr. Romanowski, who's hopefully watching while he's en route, and had the 2 positions he was considering. And I said, which one do you need and which one can you do without?
Right.
And the one that's not here is the one he said he could do without.
I'm sorry, Mayor Collier, I don't mean that position. I mean the 2 that are being proposed in today's budget.
Very good.
For the permits, permit review and compliance and inspection and enforcement. I guess my question is that along the same lines that these positions guarantee that the approval process will indeed speed up?
That was absolutely my thought process in approving the position. Is there anything that we can do? I looked at, I think planning had, I don't remember, correct me if I'm wrong, 4 or 5, maybe 6 asks. Like the designer, for instance, I said no.
Yeah.
But these other ones were, I think, absolutely necessary to help us get through the backlog and streamline the process and accelerate things, yes.
I'm happy to hear that, thank you, because I do receive comments from residents where, you know what, and I don't know anything about the approval process, but something that is taking 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks, 12 weeks, can that be sped up by these positions?
That is the intent.
Okay, thank you, those are my questions.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further comments in the section, so we'll go to amendments. Councillor Dice.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Again, it's regarding the position that was removed, the cultural coordinator, community development coordinator. I really do think that there's an opportunity. We talk about economic development all the time, and there's a huge opportunity because there are spin-offs from the arts and the arts community, but not only that, in the filming opportunities, in which we're very competitive with our neighboring municipalities. And we have a wonderful, you know, village, a beautiful village that we can utilize, and there are other areas they like it, such as Greenwood and the waterfront as well. So for those reasons, I think there is an opportunity here. I would like to see it come back into the budget for this year so we can get started on it. So if I could put forward that amendment to you for your consideration.
What is the position called?
It was the cultural coordinator, recreation and culture.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Dies. This is GDC. I don't need a seconder. The cultural coordinator position be added back in, be included in the 2024 budget. Joanne, you've spoken. Does anybody else wish to speak to this before I do? I'll just speak to it. And like I said in my opening, I did not take any of these things for granted. I looked at every single thing and went through every single point. I don't know how many hours I could have on this, but I looked at this one as a nice to have, not a need to have. The implications on this would be to increase our budget. It was, first of all, it was very important for me to get to that 2.5%. I think optically that is a very important place. We're currently sitting at 2.51. No? what are we at?
49, but you did agree to another amendment, which would take you to 2.51.
That's right, sorry, we are at 2.49. There is one more amendment in front of me, which is a substitution, taking one out that I approved and putting a different one back in. I spoke with our, what do you call the library, our CLO or something? Cleo. I spoke with our Cleo, and she is fine with that. So that brings us to 2.51. Should this go ahead, that brings us to 2.8, which is fairly significant, a 0.3 of ours, which brings us to, what, 7 almost 8 overall? It
7.8.
Pardon? 7.8. Yeah, it is a fairly significant inclusion. In looking at this, and to Councilor Bauer's point, the development hasn't started yet. We have a lot of stuff in the pipeline, but really there's no shovels in the ground. And I don't think we're going to see this very large influx of new residents for at least another 3 years, I think. That's if 310 Kingston can get in the ground in the spring. I talked about the 3,500 approvals, but only 164 permits pulled. And so I just didn't see the need for this right now. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying I didn't see the need for it right now, because I don't think we've really changed, but I think we are going to have that change in the next couple of years. Councilor Bauer asked a question, are we able to proceed with some of these things? And yes, we can. So I felt comfortable in not approving that this year and having that to another year. And I honestly, my personal, and I know you feel much more strongly about the arts and culture than I do, that's easy. We've always had that difference, you and I, in our past 21 years together on this council. I, as a taxpayer, which I've clarified, I don't see the value in it now. If we look at this next year and we see where we are, absolutely I consider it, but I can't support it today. But those are just my comments.
I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
So this is just a regular majority vote? Okay, so if there's nothing further, we'll vote on the amendment to include the position.
Members, the vote is open. On the amendment.
On your keypad. Okay, that does not carry. We have is there any other amendments before I get to Councillor Lee's amendment? I'll read it. Councillor Lee's amendment, moved by Councillor Lee, that the conversion of the part-time archivist position to full-time in 2024 be removed, and the full-time coordinator of safety and operations be added to 2024. This will move us from 2.49 to 2.51. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. And, as we've spoken many times, all council members, I think every resident has different ideas of what should be a priority for the town, what shouldn't be a priority for the town. And that's where we kind of get different points of view. I think homelessness has become a priority for this town, both for our Ward 3 councillors and across the board at the region, the province, etc. I think this allows the library some flexibility of not relying on the town's equivalents in this role. I think we've seen, according to the stats, 166% increase in incidents. I think they're averaging about 150 plus, which is almost one every 2 days. The amount of labor-intensive time it takes to write these reports, debrief trauma, communications teams, etc. I think we would be doing the library a disservice, and thus our kind of town area, by not having a dedicated individual. The volume, if we were to just loop in the town security coordinator, in my opinion, would just be too much. So although I understand the importance of the archivist, I just don't think that is a priority from a town point of view. I think if you were to ask the average resident, safety and operations would take precedence over digitizing our archives. I think we can definitely look to add the archivist position full-time, maybe next year or the year after, but right now the priority has to be mitigating the effects of our unsheltered population and its connection to the library. Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome. Does anybody else wish to speak to this? Seeing, hearing none, can we open the vote, please? And that carries. Any other amendments? Hearing, seeing none, we need to move on to the operating, oh, I forgot, at the start of this, I need to, oh, no, I don't. That's for the council meeting. Never mind. The piece that I declare my pecuniary interest on, I'm going to hand this over to Councillor Crawford.
The council approves the items subject to the mayor's pecuniary interest, part-time aquatic wages and benefits. I need a mover. Councillor Lee, not in committee. Is there any questions or comments to this? If none, then the vote's open.
Thank you.
Members of council, please note that the no vote for Mayor Collier is in light of his conflict.
Thank you. So that concludes our budget process at GGC portion. I need a mover for the adjournment, please. Moved by Councillor Tyler Morin, that the January 15, 2024 meeting of the General Government Committee, Capital Budget and Operating Budget meeting be adjourned. Those in favor? Well, I guess we have to vote, but yes. Do we need a break, or do we just want to get right to the council? Okay, right to the council. So, let me just get organized here. Okay, that's good. Get my next batch of documents here. I'm going to skip the opening script and the land acknowledgement that I already did. Call this meeting of council to order. Does any member of council have any disclosure of pecuniary interest? I will restate my pecuniary interest on the aquatics portion of the budget as a family member works in the recreation department in that department. Items for consideration. We have the ratification of decisions of the Special Government Committee, January 15th. I'm going to move it because it's my budget. No, I'm not. Wait a minute. Let me read this. I'm not going to move it. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Tyler Morin. Seconded by Councillor Bauer. You can change it after if you don't like what I'm going to say. That council ratify the decisions taken at the Special General Government Committee meeting held on January 15, 2023, with the exception of the approval of the budget allocation for part-time aquatics. So I vote on this one. Do we have any questions on this, which is the budget? I will just say we have had a very, very, I think, robust and for the most part good discussion for the last 5 hours on the budget. I appreciate everybody's comments. I feel, again, this is a very good document going forward. This not only keeps our current service levels, it increases our service levels, as well as puts us in a very good position, a better position financially moving forward. I want to again thank CEO Baker and staff for all the hard work you've done. I know it is my budget, but I could not put this together without everybody's help, so it was really, to me, an excellent job. That being said, time to vote. I will note that carries unanimously. Moving on to our next item. This one I do not vote on. I will give this to Councillor Crawford.
Ratify the decisions of the Special Governance Committee, January 15th, moved by somebody. Councillor Bauer, seconded by Councillor Dyes. that council ratify the decisions taken at the Special Governance Committee held on January 15th to approve the budget allocation for part-time aquatic wages in accordance with Section 8A of the Regulation 530-22. Vote is open. Thank you.
And again, members of council, please note that the no vote for Mayor Collier is in light of his conflict.
I probably should have paid attention to press the conflict button. My apologies. Confirming bylaw, moved by, can I get a mover for the confirming bylaw, please? Moved by Councillor Crawford. Seconded by anyone? RTM? That bylaw number 01-2024 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ajax at its special meeting held on January 15, 2024 be read a first, second, third time and passed. Questions? Please vote. That carries unanimously. And before I do the adjournment, I will just say, and I confirmed this with the clerk before, that and I've already actually sent the email to the clerks, will not be vetoing any portion of this budget or any amendments, which means this budget is now carried because and I also waived my 4-day period, which means there is no reason for the council 5-day period to challenge any vetoes because there aren't any. So the budget is now done. So thank you, everybody. I think a great job today. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for the adjournment? Moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Lee. Those in favor? That is carried. Jason?